And welcome to Flory Models. Here we are, day 2 of our turkey build shootout. Sorry, a few minutes long, that's my fault. A few audio technical problems. So shout up if we're loud, quiet, whichever way we are, and then obviously we can adjust it somewhat on the fly. I should have moved my screen, but I can see most of it over there, so that's all good. Trust you're all well. I trust all our American colleagues have stuffed out nicely on turkey and all the rest of it. Although it's certainly early in various parts of the world. Okay, so how are you doing, Steve? How have you got on with yours?
Yeah, I'm not doing so bad. I've got it's all closed up now. 2 halves of the fuselage. Cockpit's looking all right. Same weather,
nice.
So I could still apply a little bit of weather into it from the top. Made one small mistake on the underside. The instructions say you've got to remove a bit of plastic, which I have done, the fuel tank. However, when you look at them, it also looks as though you've got to remove a bit of plastic from just in the front there.
Right.
So I did do, and then you realise, hang on a minute, I've read that wrong. It's quite an easy mistake to do. Hang on, I'll just have to move everything so I can show you in the instructions where I went wrong. There's little bits everywhere. So I'm just drilling out the exhausts. Just quickly move that and that. But if you see in the instructions, it's that little area there. Where my finger is. There. And there's a pink bit and a blue bit that's highlighted. And it's saying optional, and I cut out both when you shouldn't have done. You should have only cut out the pink bit, but I cut out the blue bit as well. So it's not quite clear. It's in quite. I probably aren't the only one who's made that mistake. So now I've got a little bit of filling to do there. And usually I'd use some styrene filler, but I don't think it'd dry in time. So I might stick a little bit of plastic card in there and then.
Yeah, stick a shim in there, yeah.
It should be alright, but apart from that, that's all done. The engine's looking okay, that's all. Ready to go on. I've cowlings being glued together, just needs nice sand and polish to get that done, and various other bits. So yeah, we're on schedule, I think.
Yeah.
So hopefully today I'll get the main construction done with, and then hopefully get it primed. Well, that's the plan anyway. So depends how well all the seams are looking, whether they need filling and what have you. Yeah. So,
but generally, all going together okay?
Yeah, I've had no real problems with it. You know, it's it's a nice kit.
Cool, very nice. Something a little bit different.
Yeah. It's nice, enjoyable.
Very good. Sorry, I was just slurping on me coffee. This is my lunch. Lunch on the fly today. So for today's lunch, we're having coconut rings. Got to be done. Right. Okay. So Hans, oh, you know me. That's about it. It's my lunch. Okay. So Hans was doing very well last night, as you probably saw as well. He's going to be joining us a little bit later on as we make our way through all these ones. So if we have a quick look to see how you guys are all doing, if we go over to the forum, hopefully this is all still set up from last night. It is. Okay, so let me just refresh and see. Okay, so we saw Hans's one last night. So if we have a look at John's F86F. So he's coming on with his very nicely. Get the cockpit tub installed. A little bit of fine painting down the back end. Getting in the wheel wells and the rest of it. Nice little pilot figure installed. And then got some weight going in the front there as well. And he's got it all buttoned up. So nice little job on the Sabre. Cracking little kit as well as that is. So well done to him. And who else we got? Daz is working on those 2 ducks. Looking really nice. He's just going to start on those. That's a nice one. Okay. And we also have the Tulpol chassis done. Very nicely done indeed. Well done, guys. Plenty of weathering and paint sets to choose from. So good luck with all of that one. And looks like he's had a couple of deliveries brought in as well. Nicely done. Okay, and what else have we got? Okay, the other Edard F3 on the go. Very nice. Nice job on the engine. Obviously then we're getting the wings fitted on there. Looking really good as well. So well done on that one. Sorry, where's my mouse? There's my mouse. Okay. And we've got the Panda F35. Okay, that Alan's working on. Even with the colours, the fitting, as I say, there's a few little issues on it, but generally I think it goes together okay-ish. You just have to beat it into submission. So he's doing a good job on there. Nice job masking it all up. All the finer points being done as well, so well done to him. Okay, and what else have we got? Patrick's Spitfire. So it's the Academy Spit. Very nice indeed. Working through on that one, working on the cockpit, doing the parts down there, getting that all done and installed, popping all of that in. Cooling racks painted up in there. Really nice job indeed. Very nice, coming along. Buttoning it up very nicely. Okay, so we've also got did I miss one just then? The Hawk with the pilot figure installed into there, so he's all ready. Be getting that one all together very, very soon. And where's my little thing? There we go. And sorry, did I miss the Hurricane? I did then, didn't I? Sorry, Hurricane's coming together very nicely. A few little parts being added on that one. Bit of filler required. Taking care of a few lumps, bumps and seams all over that one. Nice job so far. Well done on that one, Jason. And the Tiger. So this is Simon. No more from yesterday. Still the same. Okay, fair enough. And what else have we got down here? The Reaper. Don't know if anyone's done any of these or people are just commenting on them. Reaper's coming together. Get that all important nose weight in there. Trust me, you'll need it, because mine is actually a tail sitter, even though I put weight in it. So just be advised on that. Plenty of weight in there, just to make sure. Okay, we've got the IL-16 coming through. Wings going together. Very nicely done. Big old fat bird, that one. Well done on that one. Doing really well. And what else have we got down here? Phantom. So, as I say, I'm surprised more people didn't go for this kit, because actually it's quite a nice kit to go together. Again, really nice, very straightforward. Good old build on this one, so nice job on that one. So it's coming together, nice painted work and everything else, so well done Lou on that one. Okay, and what else have we got? Oh, Hasegawa Typhoon is together, looking very nice. I have to note, drill holes at the pylons before putting the wings together. You know the tip for that one, don't you? Hold it up to a really strong light and you'll be able to see the holes through the plastic. Well, no, not the holes, but the thinner plastic through. So just hold it up to a very strong light, right up to it, and you'll see the lightness in the plastic, and that way you can drill straight into it, even though you've covered them up. Little technique that I've used and got me out of many a tight spell. Okay, so we've got that Flak Panzer. How are we doing on that one? On to page 2. Let's get going over to there. Have we got any pictures? Track's done, really nice, and gotten the wheels all sorted. Going in there with the old metal pigments for the sort of polished metal look. Really nice on that. The gun barrel system, the actual hull and the turret all coming together. Really, really nicely on that one. Very nice. We've even got some chipping and scraping and various things going on. Nice job on the wear and tear on that. Very good indeed. Love it. Nice one. Very, very good.
Right, so that's the top.
With the beers. Got to have the ales with it. Dark ale. Okay, so, and we've also got the stiletto Chris is working on. See if you got any more on that one. Ah, it's together. Yes. Beating that thing into submission. definitely not a straightforward job. We're on page 2 of that one. That is page 2 now. Okay. And how else are we doing? The Italeri YF23. If I beat this thing through today, I might start on that tomorrow. Not much more on that one. We're looking for some updates on there. Okay. And got loads of builds on this now. Crikey, we've got 3 pages of builds on this.
Oh, brilliant.
So well done everyone for taking part in this. Got the Airfix Mustang, the little 72nd one. Great little kit again. Really nice little kit, that one.
Just
Beautiful
still
work on the
longer to
cockpit.
go through everything. That's the problem.
It will. Well, that's why I can't go through them all, otherwise I'll be a week.
Just want to pick the every other one each time. And
yeah, that's it.
we noticed my voice is back as well. I'm
yes.
not today.
It's nice to have you back.
Yeah.
Okay, looking good in there.
That goes like that.
And we've got, okay, if I just pick a few sort of out at random. So T72 crew. Got them going together, being fitted in. Really nice job on that one. That is a really nice crew. Yeah, that's what Hans was saying last night. He's got them. Yeah, really, really nice. Very nice job on that one. Fantastic job. Looking really, really good. Okay, and right, what we do, we just pick one off the bottom. The Jack Panther. Are we any further? Oh, painting going on. Road wheels being done. Getting it all put in there. All coming together very, very nicely. What we do is say, I think just to try and keep us somewhat in track, I'm just going to go through and randomly pick some out now because we've got so many on the go now. And I don't know if anybody's posted any questions up. Question area is open now for this particular thread, so feel free to ask any questions in that one. Samuel says, hi Phil and Steve, hope yesterday went well. I'm currently working on a couple of builds, the Airfix 72nd GR9 that went into primer today, Friday, as well as the Academy 1-800 USS Nimitz. It's the first ship I've built, so I've attempted. Whilst the Nimitz is going together with no fit issues at all, the instructions are very poor and don't even include a paint colour call out. Through research I found all the colours I need and then a flight deck colour. Don't know what colour may be or how I'd go about finding this out. Well, the deck colour, it tends to be that sort of grey black colour, isn't it? It's what they call heat resistant tarmac or whatever it is, or whatever the type of stuff they use. I know it's like a heat resistant coating on it, isn't it, so it doesn't melt. But the colours I've always gone for, like when I did the Iwo Jima, you start off with like a black and then go grey over the top and sort of just blend it in and everything else. Have a look at the Iwo Jima one because that one's got it right the way over it. So you start with like very dark grey, like a gunship grey, almost, something else like that. Again, it's just past 2 AM here and I've gotten out of bed especially to watch the show. Good luck with your continuing builds today. Thanks heap. No problem, Samuel. Loving it. Glad to have you here with us.
Yeah, good of you to get up. And
yeah, that's it. Absolutely.
Yeah. It's a shame because I was wide awake at 2 AM.
Oh.
You know.
Yeah, that's it. Right, my mouse is going
I just
on
catch
a
up
go
on
slow.
Facebook and I'm wide awake. But that... Oh, I need to open. If you install bomb rack, so we've got to have bombs. I think we should do.
Oh, my mouse is playing up again. I'm going to have to get my extension out for it, I think, and then to run round and grab my mouse. Trouble is when your computer's the other side of the room. But my trackpad's definitely not going there. Right, let me just dunk my biscuits. Right, okay, before I do that, I'll just show you me, if I can get this to work. No, my trackpad. I wonder if it's me mouse is giving it me batteries are going.
Are your biscuits good dunkers?
Not really. That's probably why. Right, I should really...
Oh, well, I remember, Phil, the old Bandai have released their Death Trooper.
Oh, right, yeah, what, the black one?
Yeah, because I've got my dispatch notice from Japan that it's on its way.
I was going to buy the full-size helmet for it, but I must admit I have drawn the line. I'm not going to buy any more because I've got too much. I've got nowhere to put them as it is.
To be honest, I'm looking forward.
Novus are doing it.
Hopefully, it should be here to do in the Star Wars month. So that could be really nice, playing around with all the different dark greys and blacks to weather it in. That could be a really nice project, and it'll look good as well when it's done.
Well, Death Trooper is just literally gloss black.
Yeah.
So,
but I think it's got to be better if you do it more satin and play around with a bit of shading just to make it a bit more realistic. Because gloss black will look like a toy that you'd pick up in the old days at the Woolies, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Toys R Us special. Other toy shops are available.
Well, Woolies is no more now, apart from they're still online, aren't they, I think?
Yeah, I think they're online, aren't they?
Right, okay. If everyone could just bear with me for 1 sec.
Right, if I change cameras. Oh, where's the button? There you go. Now, just read it.
This technically might be the longest ever mouse lead in history. Okay, hold on everyone. I'm just going to MacGyver this. Right, a bit overkill, but it'll do the trick.
Bit more light on. There we go.
Right, okay. Right, if I do that, and then we do this. Don't try this at home, kids. Right, hold on. Right, I don't need any more than that. This now puts a mouse on a 30-foot lead. Right, in theory, there you go, it's a good sound. Right, if we turn that one off, hopefully we'll be fine there. We don't need that. Let's try this. And then, right, okay. Good job, this is all live, isn't it? Right, let's try this. Hopefully, look, I've got a mouse that responds when you wiggle it. That's good. Right, okay, try again. Cool, this mouse is really quick actually. Right, okay, so from my point of view, if I've set these all up, we are on. I haven't even done a camera check this morning. Hold on, let me just quickly run through these, make sure these are all on. Turn them all on. Come on, there we go. Yep. Rescribing. Okay, we are all working. Right, so this is how we got on with mine yesterday. Literally, that is how I left it. To be honest, I was doing orders and all different things this morning. So actually, it works really well. When we put all this clear on the front, I was amazed how well this fitted in. Got a slight step on this side, okay, and we do have a rattle problem, but that's not a problem really. We could still fill it up with PVA glue from the rear, but I'm not going to bother. Okay, tiny little sink mark we had appeared down in there. We want to do, we've got to tidy up these little guys down here. We're going to re-put in the panel lines into them once we tidy those up, and we're going to polish out the top to meet the back end if you saw it yesterday. And then what we do is rescribe it, and then we're just going to cover it in black right the way through. We're going to get the doors all put on, and then we'll literally do the entire thing in black and everything else like that, and we should be literally good to go. We might even be able to get paint on it today and everything, so really push through it quite heavily. And then tomorrow it'll be a case of decaling it, sealing it. I might even get a wash on it by tomorrow night and all the rest of it. But because we're going to be having things drying, then obviously I can pop them something else, because I've got to wait for paint to dry and things to seal and everything else like that. So from my point of view, what we're going to do now is give this a quick polish and a rub round and a sand up, make sure we're all good absolutely everywhere. So just take care of this tail, now it's totally dry, which is all good. And this up here, I think down in here, we're just going to blend in the roof. Alrighty. Ooh. It's been like Merlin flying day today. We've had this morning nothing but Merlin helicopters low level over here. I was thinking, I'm glad they're doing it this morning and not this afternoon, because you know what the Royal Navy's like. They're a bit like the RAF. They don't work after a certain time on a Friday. So
yeah, they prefer not to. Nowadays, it just used to be the Hawks that go up.
Yeah.
Friday.
Yeah, nothing else works on a Friday. If you ever want to invade Britain, feel free, because there'll be nothing around. A couple of QRAs and that's it. Okay, so I'm just going to run this down here and redo this back seal, just to make sure that's all good. And I'm just going to blend in this front. The great thing I love about using styrene filler is that it self-levels, so it needs minimal sanding. So if you do just pop it like round window seals, like we've done round the back here, if you're in a situation where you get a gap, right, you don't really want to go in there flooding in there with things like fillers and that, because you could fog or even go through. But if you seal it up with PVA glue first and then come in with the old homemade styrene filler, whip that round, it will then seamlessly self-level and fill everything all in one. So you end up with minimal damage, minimal cleanup required, because this is just having a very light sand just along here, just to take care of that edge. This side actually is perfect, and we went right down here with it, but we've got no problem whatsoever. So I'm very happy how that's come about. Where is my black sander polisher gone? Somebody made off with it. There's the white one. No. One of these. Clean up. Right, okay. Quick sand in the back. Must admit, whilst I was up this morning doing the old paperwork and things, I watched the Top Gear, the next episode.
Oh, we're out today, damn.
Yeah.
I'll watch that in the morning.
It's funny. Stupid, all in one.
No, I call it when the I'm a Celebrity, Apprentice, and Master Chef.
Trouble is with I'm a Celebrity, I don't know anybody that's on it, because I don't really watch telly. I don't watch normal telly. I tend to, as I say, I watch me stuff on Discovery and that, but when it comes to celebrity type things, and like, you know, all the sort of, those types of programme, I don't know who it is.
No, there's a few I don't know who they were.
So I was out a few months ago and somebody said, oh, there's, and I can't even remember now who it was, but apparently they were quite famous, and I was like, who? I have no idea who you're on about. I could be sat next to him and I wouldn't know. And I can't even remember who it is now. And it's like, oh, he's on such and such, or whatever it was, and I was like, really? Nice shiny seam.
Yeah, I've just had to get rid of some ejector pin marks that are in awkward places on the wings. Where if you don't get rid of them, it just affects how the wings stick together.
Yeah. Okay, just take care of that bottom one. clean up down in these wing roots. So yes, I hope you're all enjoying your Black Friday sales everywhere. Has anyone bought anything exciting?
No. Did you have a look at your graphic care?
No, I haven't actually. No, I forgot all about
They're
it.
doing 10% off the entire site and up to 50% off on other items.
Does that mean we can use our 10% we already still get and then get 20%? Bet you can't.
No, I bet they won't let. It might be worth looking just to see what you might be doing special deal on some of this. So it might be worth you having a quick butchers.
Have a quick butchers on my phone. Look, hold on now. Okay. Right, okay, here we go. Let's have a quick look, see what's on there. Eco-friendly dust extraction. Made in the UK. Yes, I accept cookies, sort of, right. Was it through the airbench.com or their other site?
I'll have a look at the email and go. Oh, hang on. What time we're doing the show on Sunday, Phil?
Same times as this, aren't we? Going to go 1 till 5 and then 7 till 10.
Well, there you go, Rob. That's your question answered.
Oh, right. Is that the answer?
Yeah, he's just sent me a text. This is Rob, who's the one that breaks everything, that trashed my Sky Raider and Phil's book. He's got to be making an appearance, all being well on Sunday. So you'll eventually know who he is when we keep referring to him.
Cute looking one.
Vandal. Okay. Yeah, I got an email off them. Graphic Care. Black Friday is now. Yeah, I think it's there. Yeah, it's Graphic Care site. I think it's on.
Yeah, it's not saying anything on their mobile website about it. It's still got the 300 SD is 280 quid.
Might have to look on the normal website. I don't know.
Switch to standard view. Hold on. Yeah, perhaps it was they haven't actually done the website. They've literally just sent everybody out an email thing saying it's cheaper. But members, you can still get your 10% from them anyway. If you just put in, go to the forum.
Yeah, for everybody else, the discount code that they're using for Black Friday is BF10. So that's capital letters BF10, and you'll get 10% off their site.
Cool.
So it could be worth if you're thinking of getting they do airbrushes and everything. So if you're thinking of getting something, it could be a good chance.
And they do free delivery on everything over 100 quid. I might actually put the order in for my spray booth with them next week. And then that way, because that'll be, I want to do that before December. So then we're all set then for next year and everything. Get my spray bays all sorted out.
Well, you'll be able to do that while over Christmas period, take a few days off and doing stuff. And
yeah, I must admit, I am having a few days off.
Get yourself sorted out.
That'll be
soon having New Year away. I think we're away for New Year, so we're coming up your way. We're going up north.
Oh, you're going up to Stafford?
Staffordshire, yeah. And just out of interest, anybody who wants to order anything, the last postage day for US stuff is the 15th of December this year. So it's not too bad. Some years it's been really early, but this year it's the 15th. And the UK is right up to it, really, because I think Christmas is on Sunday, isn't it, this year, I think. So consequently, post is running right the way up to the Friday. So again, I think last postage day, next day is Tuesday. So that's good.
The only time of the year that John smiles on his paper, on his post round.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. We were winding him up last week. Mr. Bar Humbug.
Apart from, yeah, he smiles at Christmas.
Yeah, he smiles at everyone, gets his tips. Right, okay, that is in and done. I think what I might do is have a quick seam check on this just to see what's going on. Before we go in with the full-on fillers. I don't know if this is going to stick on its Todd. It might do. I wonder. My God, it actually fit. I'll tell you what, this actually, considering I thought this was like limited run kit and all the rest of it, it fits together an absolute dream. It just absolutely works. I'm very impressed. Okay, so because we might need a bit more. Let's just put this door in without ripping out the harnesses. Okay. Right, just to seam check this guy. Go over here. Do the wheels and everything, which we'll tackle in a minute. And next on my job. Oh. Okay. Oh. Right. Where's my grey primer? There it is.
Leave the wings to dry, and then I'll get some plastic card and fill me hole up. Scissors.
I must admit, I have a confession on that needle. Hold on, forgot my extractor. I bent it quite badly the other day and literally just took it out, rolled it on the bench, and that was it, and I put it back in, and somehow it's been working fine. But it is spitting a bit when you take your finger off the trigger. It then just gets a tiny spit where it's slightly out of alignment in there. So I might have to change it. I have got a spare, but I'm thinking if it's working, then I'm not going to worry about changing it at the moment. Right.
Must admit, I think change mine, didn't you? Yeah.
Yeah. I think they're. I can tell it's playing out. You can always tell on your needle if it starts sticking out too far. But in here, I think I've still got a brand new. I've got a brand new nozzle. Perhaps I haven't got a brand new needle. What's that? That's top covers. Yes, I have. I've got a brand new. I tend to wrap mine in tape so we know. So yeah, I've got a 0.2 brand new needle and nozzle. So there's a backup still. So we're okay. We'll be fine. Okie dokie, right, let's just see if we got any more. Any more. Oh, back's a bit tired today. Right, okay. And Darren says, afternoon. Home today, looking after my small kids who are off school, sick, so can tune in. Well, if you do get some peace, that is. Not building, as I'm still dialed into work, unfortunately. I have a question about desks for modelling. Has anyone tried a standing desk? There's a range now available in the office as I'm getting ready for major surgery on my house next year. I was thinking about incorporating one into my new modelling room. Funnily enough, this isn't just me saying it, you see a lot of gamers doing it, and I thought that's probably a good thing. Because like with me, I suffer from sciatica, which to be honest, I've got a bit at the moment. So it's one of those things, if I'm sat down, it actually hurts to sit. If I'm stood up and moving around, it's not so bad. All the time I'm moving, it's okay. So if I was to have a standing desk, it would be fine. The trouble is, I would have to raise, everything you see here would have to go up. And everything else, but I think from a health and work point of view, the standing desks are really good. Especially you get the US ones that go up and down. You can pre-program them for your heights and all the rest of it. But you know, with me, I have my chair sunk a little bit lower. That's higher now, purely because to keep me in the camera, to make all the angles. So I'm sort of crouched a little bit in here to fit in. So having it up a bit higher does help my back just a little bit. But if you could do a standing up one, I think you'd be absolutely fine for it. But it is that thing, it's making yourself as comfortable as you possibly can and keeping good posture, you know, because as I say, I used to really suffer from it sort of 5-6 years ago, really bad. Nowadays, I think because I've got better quality chairs and I don't tend to slouch as much and everything else like that, then it's definitely worked. But yeah, standing desks, definitely. Although not for Steve.
No.
So yeah, it would be. I think if you've just got literally, you can buy just the desks which are about this big on their own, and can go up and down. I think they're a great idea.
Yeah, those up and down ones. Really
yeah,
good.
I think from a health point of view, it would be fantastic. Me practically, no, because all the cameras would have to move. I'd have to change all the audio equipment. Absolutely everything would have to move if I moved it up and down. But I can actually think that a stood up one would be quite nice. I do know a colleague of mine, and his entire thing is stood up. He sits on like bar stools, but he stands up. But he does a lot more sort of engineering side, so he's always moving around and all the rest of it. And also he works on like an island system, so he can walk all the way around it. Instead of like turning your stuff, he tends to walk all the way around it. So imagine my table but smaller, and that's what he does. So he has tools and equipment all underneath it and then pulls it out. It's actually a really nice system, but practically for me, it's no good because of the camera, because the camera angles will permanently be changing. Neil says, talking of Black Friday, just went to a site that rhymes with jam and bought another.
Is it that Jaguar or Summit Racing?
I don't know. But you can say their name. I don't mind. It doesn't bother me. I don't get paid by
Yeah,
it.
I think it,
But he's bought the discounted 124th Typhoon for 45 quid. That's what they were selling him at Telford for.
yeah, it's that Jadlam Racing.
Ah, right.
There's
Which is it.
plenty
Oh,
of stuff
that'll be
in the
me.
bargains.
Hold on, Steve. Be right back. Delivery.
Let's hope it's delivering, not bailiffs. Oh, we'll have a quick show, very quick show. Right, there you go. I've just put a little shim where I made that little boo-boo. Just put a little bit of plastic card in there. Let it dry, sand it, and I may end up having to put a little bit of super glue in there just for speed to fill it out. So at least I've wasn't too big a mistake. Could have been worse. Get that nice and level. I can now start sanding.
You know when you've made it big time, when the Royal Mail has their own box for you. They have like this grey crate, and it's our crate, and it comes along, and it's like, there you go, it's all yours. It's like, thanks for that. Right, okay, so yeah, 45 quid. Let's say that is technically less than trade price for those kits. So if you want to get yourself a bargain, that is it. Definitely go out and get them. Also about to put my Turkey Shoot Spitfire into paint. Going to be trying the AK medium sea grey paint. Any tips on thinning it? I don't like their paint. Well, it's not I don't like it. You think, well, I have used it because we used it on, what did I use it on? I used it on something. Was it on my Typhoon we used the AK paints? Perhaps it was. I can't remember which we used it now. Yeah. Or was it the Heinkel? Let's say when you build as many, I just lose track. Again, treat them not like Tamiya. So lower your air pressure just a little bit. So we're talking 10, 15 psi maximum instead of like 15, 22. Okay. Nice thin light coats and build it up. Don't flood it. As soon as it looks wet, come away from it and just dry it off with air. As soon as it gets wet, you get that sort of, I call it sand texture. It looks like ripples of sand, and it just doesn't look nice at all. But if you build it up lightly and bring up the layers, which again, I know it's one of those things, you should do that at the end of the day. You shouldn't be in a situation of just flooding it down, but I'm so used to doing it with, you know, guns and Tamiya and stuff like that, that you can get away with doing it. Normal paints you can't, so treat it more like a lacquer or an enamel paint. Just light layers, bring it up gently, and you have no problems with it at all. But again, we were talking, it's a bit like the MIG paints as well. You just need to lay them down sort of finer, thinner layers. Right, Andy says, hi Hans, he's not here yet. Phil and Steve, first off, I would like to give you a big praise. The work you do on the forum is unique, Phil. Your videos have been to me several times a big help. And I have two questions. At Phil, your compressor completely switches on and off, ready to use. So it occurred to me in one of your tutorial videos. Just to make sure I understand this, Mr. Colour levelling thinners is also used to clean your airbrush, whether it's lacquer or acrylic. Yes, on all accounts. My compressor is just ready to go permanently. I am a bit naughty, I don't turn it off at night. So it's just always up to pressure, ready to go. Every couple of months, as you've seen the videos, I will take it out and empty it and get all the sludge and crap out of it. And actually, I must admit, when I did it this time, I know it's the summer months, so it's not as much, you know, humidity around, but I had hardly any moisture come out of it at all. You know, good maintenance on your compressor. Make sure you blow out your valve, you know, the dump valve out of your moisture trap. Just flick that out, because I did have a bit of moisture in there admittedly, so I cleaned that out and away we went. But yeah, it's in there. You know, I must admit I've got a little bit of foam around. It stands on 2 layers of carpet as well, stops the vibration. And that's it, it's fine, no problem at all. And as for thinners, yes, I must admit I buy this in bulk, so to speak. I buy 3 bottles of this at a time. A bottle will last me a couple of months. You don't need as much as you might think. It's sometimes when you're acrylic, I see a lot of people sort of flooding colour cups and mixing it out and blowing through. What I tend to do is I put a little bit of lacquer thinners into acrylic or into, you know, an enamel, into a lacquer based paint, no matter what it is. Put it in there, give it a flick round, tip it out. Next one goes in, you know, rinse it all around, blow it all through, a wipe out, and a final just a dribble. But you're only probably putting in there 1 mil, 2 mil at tops, just to flick it round and everything else like that. So that's it. It just works really well for me, no problem at all. I find it gives better results. It's a cleaner, deeper clean, and I don't think it's as harmful as we spoke about in yesterday's show. It's not going to kill your airbrush, because modern airbrushes, they're designed for it. Okay, so Jean says, hi Phil, Steve, and the lads sniffing glue together. Currently building the KI-84 Hasegawa in 1/32 and love it. Quick question, Phil. I'm trying to do a review. I'm trying to do reviews for my mates of PE sets, books, etc. Can you give me hints, tips, or anything you can do to make good quality videos and sound? Keep up the great work, and cheers to Steve too. I can't wait for the A10, but being a fan of the Red Star, I prefer the SU25. To be honest, I love the A10, but the SU25 is definitely the second choice. You know, better than anything else. Okay, yeah, light and audio are your two biggest things. The camera, because cameras these days, they all shoot in 1080. Okay, so set your camera to 1080. If you can, set it to record in 50 frames if your PAL is in UK standard. If your NTS for like the US and stuff like that, do it 60 frames, they're the standard thing. That gives you a clearer, sharper image, all right? But light is obviously the big thing. If you can get your light in, you don't want many shadows if you can help it, and everything else. So it doesn't matter if you've got these bloody great studio things I've got, or you're using like a daylight thing, get it nice and close, let the light do there. That way the camera won't struggle half as much with graininess and all that stuff, purely because it's trying to shoot detailed stuff in low light. Okay, and again, if you like doing reviews and stuff like that, you can just have light each side of you, coming in, equal sort of light balance, so like one's not overpowering the other, and then that way you can have an overhead camera if you can. So you could actually strap it to, I see some guys use like a Gorilla Pod thing, and they have it on a light. The only trouble with those is they tend to wobble, like if it's attached to your desk or something, and it can be a bit sort of motion sickness trying to see somebody do a review of something technical if the camera's wobbling. So if you can screw it to the roof or whatever you do, or have something where it's not attached to your worktop, that will be better as well. And everything else like that. And then it's just a case of don't overdo it, don't waffle too much, let the people see what it is and just talk them through what you're seeing and give your impressions on it, and that is it. Audio as well, as I said, you can buy cheap mics for like 30-40 quid, makes a world of difference. Like we've got 3 Rode microphones in here. I won't grab it because you'll get deafened, but I've got another microphone here, I've got one there, we've also got another one up there. You know, their Rode microphones are 175 quid each, but they're money well spent, because I think it gives a cleaner, nicer, warmer tone than listening to, you know, technically like my vlogging camera, for instance. It's great if you're talking to it, if you're behind it, it's a bit quiet and everything else, because it's not really designed for that type of thing. So it's just finding that little balance with it and everything else. But you say you don't have to you could do a voiceover to it. So record it, then do the voiceover and use a microphone on your computer or something else like that for it. But that's really it. But say, just go with it, try and be natural with it, that's the whole point. The other thing as well, don't write a script. It's terrible when you see people write a script, what they're talking about. It's better to ad lib and just see what you say, or say what you see even, and do it that way. Okay, Richard Hunter, good morning Phil and Steve. I'm here, I'm glad to hear Steve has got his voice back this morning. Definitely has.
Yeah, so am I, thanks.
Now I can stop clearing my throat in sympathy for him. I love Black Friday with the family, bargain hunting and battling through the crowds. It's very quiet here this morning and I'm able to concentrate on my build. Do you know what? We've never had Black Friday. It's definitely a US thing. It's not a British thing at all. But now, it's all you hear. Like my phone this morning, a classic. I wake up and I might have 20-30 emails, okay, to deal with overnight. Woke up this morning, 72, and all it was crap. You know, such and such sale, such and such sale, such and such sale, all the rest of it. And it's like, great, you can tell that one's happened. And they were coming through all last night as well.
And they repeat it as the day goes on, don't they?
Yeah, yeah.
They just
further reductions. Yeah, it is. So it's like, great, thanks for that. Right, okay, so how are we drying in here? Ugh. Okay, so The reason I prime is so you can have a nice, good, clean look, see exactly what you got. So you're not just looking for a sink mark in here. As you're looking down the back of this, if I just borrow this for the full screen a minute. So when you're doing it, as I said, don't just be looking for a fine line running down the middle, because the chances are you've taken care of that. Now what you're looking for is if you've got any little steps each side of it, or scratching in the surface, because the scratching can be caused by polishing, you know, or sanding, or taking it out and everything else like that. You're also looking for joins around canopies and stuff like that. So you're actually looking for this to be as smooth and in line as you can possibly get it all the way around. I've got a little bit of raised stuff down here. This is actually the tape lifting slightly on the corner, but everything else is no problem with that at all. You're also looking down in the wing roots to see you've got no glue marks in there. Now I know you're going to say, yeah right, but I've deliberately left one in here so you can see it. So if you look on this side, we are clear and we have no problem with that at all. It's nice and smooth, but this side we can actually see a small ripple running down the side, and this is the glue mark left over, so it needs to be sanded, which you'll probably see it more when we come in with this guy. If we give this a light rub over, hopefully you can see the sort of light areas in there. Well, that's where it's sort of collecting in the recesses and all the rest of it. So we just need to go over it again, sand those out, polish them out totally. But these little white specks in here is where dust is collecting in the ripple from the glue. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll flip this guy over. Actually, we've got a soft sponge skinny. Yeah, really, an old one, I need an old one. There's an old one. Okay, so we're just going to come in. There we go, that shows it a lot more. So actually what you've got is the dark in the middle is the recess, and like the panel line going down, but this wiggly grey line above it is actually glue sticking proud. So we want to eliminate that so it's all flush. Otherwise you get this sort of tide mark running down the side, which doesn't look very good. And it's just these little tiny touches, which technically come under sort of basic construction, that sometimes you see on models. And you know, we often talk about you know, the stuff that was at the shows and stuff like that. These are the little things which technically make between a great model and a crap one. And some people are quite happy to accept these marks, yet the sort of better modelers out there, shall we say, wouldn't dream of letting this anything like this through. And certainly if you're in the realms of commission work and everything else, that's a huge no-no. And there we go, that's taken that one out totally. But you can use the filler and the primer with each other so you can see exactly what is going on. But now we've got no marks, no divots, no dents, no nothing absolutely anywhere. Okay, so now we've got that one in there like that. We'll just shove back over here. Are we in 4 or 5? That's 4. And we'll just blow this out, get rid of that whiteness that was all in there. Okay, and then we're just going to pop this back in. And we're going to do it again just to make sure we got rid of it. Just turn that off for a sec. Okay, so that is down in there now. So now we're looking at it and I can't see a single thing. It's nice, it's smooth, it's perfect. Okay, and that's the type of thing you're just trying to look out for right the way through this. Okay, so generally we're just looking around, and I don't know if you can see it, but we've got a slight shadowing each side of this nose, which again, we'll just give this a very light rub to try and highlight the problem we've got. But you might see that light line running down, that's not the seam line, that's from the glue on the other side of it. So again, we need to just get rid of that. And you can see it now quite clearly coming through, and that is because there's a slight step from the filler which has filled the seam line, but now it's off to one side. So again, we just need to sand that back. And if I do the other side, you can see it's quite a little bit of a mess down in there. We want that to all be grey in theory, so we're just going to whip over it, and we want the black to all totally go. And technically all we're doing here is seam checking to make it perfect. And this is one of those things where you can make it as perfect or as quick a build as you like, because you don't have to do any of this. This is literally just being nitpicky. But we were talking about show quality models and all the rest of it. This is the type of thing people are going to be looking for, that you don't have these marks that technically nobody's going to really see, but if you're being judged, they'll see them.
Yeah, but also being neat like this and just taking that little bit extra care, it takes your model to the next level, because your overall finish will be better and you'll notice it yourself. And that's all it is. It's just a little bit of care and attention, like removing seam lines and just take your time, and it transforms the look of your model.
Yeah, there we go. Taking care of that, no problem at all. Really nice, very, very straightforward. Okay, so next up is a little bit of rescribing work. So let's grab my tools. So a couple little bits down here. We were speaking about this yesterday. The great thing with these UMM scrapers is that they've got a blade. You could use just a normal knife blade, but what you can actually do is down here we've got a panel line, and we are physically going to roll it into the other side. So it's actually gone right the way across now. Okay, and it puts in that panel line, which is technically quite a difficult one to do because you can't really see it. And then once you've got it in there, you can actually take your blade. Let's try this one. Okay, and then you can come along and literally follow the groove that is caused by the knife blade. And again, not pulling too hard, because you want it to follow the panel line, not jump out. And these are actually really fine little panel lines. So you do just nice little gentle pulls, and that puts in your panel line back in there, even on a curved surface, because if you put a template guide on there, it's going to be really hard to do. So we just do this one here. Okay. And we just follow it right round, and then this one's a little bit more tricky. Stick with the one I know, because this guy you can push as well as pull. Okay. Making a little bit of a mess of that one. Okay. And again. That's those put in the tail. And then again, these same ones that we just wiped out on the front, we can then put in this way as well. So you're just laying the blade in the groove. And we just wrap the blade right the way over. You have one on the very front, or is that it, just the nose? And then once you've done one, it's a bit tricky to see on this guy. There we go. Have one on the very tip. No. Simple as that. So now we can just do re-putting the wing ones that we lost. So again. Is that our Hans joining us? Half a second.
Oh yeah, he's online.
Yeah, I've got a feeling he's going to join us in a sec. Hold on. Right, he is online, so what we just need to do is get him to join in. So Hans, if you're watching this, he is there. If you just ring me, and then I can add you in like we did yesterday. Okay, panel line 1. Panel line 2. The trouble is I can't see this monitor to let him in. And to be honest, this is why I like using styrene filler, is that you can scribe straight over it with no ill effects whatsoever. Because it's not like doing it through super glue and all the rest of it. That's it. Nicely done. Okay. Like 10 men in a sanding stick. Okay, let's sand that out. There we go. Right, from my point of view, I think we're pretty much ready. So let's check this seam under here. Got a tiny, you can see it here. So the other thing we were talking about, you can probably see it down there. You get that sort of line each side of it. As I say, it's not a filler, or it's not a sink mark, it's actually a filler mark off the line, so it's nothing to do with the original line. So that's why it's well worth doing this, just to make sure you're happy. Right, sorted. Right, so Hans trying to get on. Just make sure he's not ringing me. HP. Okay, let me just see if I can get him in. Okay. Add to group call. Are you there, Hans? Here he comes.
Good morning, guys.
Good afternoon.
You all right, mate?
Yep, back at it.
There we go. Got him in. It works. Dear God, it's amazing, but it works.
That's right. Yeah, life is
I'm just
good.
I'm amazed it's all working still. Quite frankly, I can't work out how we're doing this, but never mind.
That's right.
Okay, so how's you been going, Hans?
Doing good. I stayed up pretty late actually last night, but I didn't do my tracks. I actually did some more work on the turret, as you can see. Got all
Cool.
that.
Yeah. Looking good. Yeah.
So there's a big seam on the front that I'll have to basically work on today. So I filled all that in with some styrene filler.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
And then we got the side pods on.
Cool.
The tank, extra storage, whatever it is. And then,
the bins and that. And
bins.
the collar on.
Back is on. Front is all sanded in. So that's kind of where we're at today. And looking forward to making some good progress again.
Cool. No, looking really good. Fantastic.
How's everybody doing?
Wrong one. Hold on. Get the hang of this.
Yeah, we're doing
Yeah,
well.
no, we're all doing very well. I must admit, I'm just about to go for prime. I'm going to give this a full clean over. I'm going to get mine in primer. I've just rescribed it, done the bits to it. Happy of how it's all going, so no problem with that. And then whilst the primer's drying in that, I'm going to get on do the gear. Bits and pieces, we can do that. And then hopefully by today, this thing will be painted, completely done. And then tomorrow it'll be decaling it, sealing it, and everything else like that. And by obviously Sunday we'll be done, but I'll start on something else at the same time as well. So that's all good.
How's Steve feeling?
Yeah, a lot better, thanks, Hans.
Oh, good deal. Good deal. How's the model coming along?
Yeah, it's just doing all the sanding now.
Yeah.
And filling and to be honest, yeah, we should roughly on schedule.
Me too.
Famous last words, that is.
Very true. Just keep plugging away.
Right, okay, so a couple more people yapping. We've got Andy says, "Hi Phil and Steve, great to follow the live turkey shoot. I'm currently building the Revel ClickFit Star Destroyer, same as the one you have, and have filled the legs with putty. I'm in the process of rescribing all the plate work. That is also covering it. Think of lighting it using fiber optics. My question is, what colour would you recommend for the paint scheme, i.e. grey, mainly using Vallejo Model Air?" God, I can't remember. Go and have a look at my build of the big one. I've got a feeling I used XF19 and then lightened it a little bit and played with it, and then we just came in with things, if I remember rightly, like XF54. I think we did 66 as well. Is that the other one? A lot of the Tamiya colours with it. I know I used 2 tubs of it to do it. So yes, basically have a look at my other Star Destroyer build, the full video build on that one, and you can see all about it in there. I'm pretty sure that's what I did with that one. I can't remember exactly. Hold on, I might be able to be clever here. Hold on, if we do this and then this, I haven't tried any of this.
I'll be back in a moment.
Alright.
It's that time of the day.
It is. Yes.
Okay, hold on. Just me Star Destroyer. Where is it? Star Destroyer, Star Destroyer, Star Destroyer. Am I going blind? Where is the bloody thing? Right, okay. The Resin Wonder. Okay. Black and grey. Did I actually say what it is? Yeah, that's where you want to go. Just go down and have a look at there, because that was all about me spraying it. Hold on, I might be able to. Seeing it's my video, I don't think I can get done for this. Okay, right, in the spray booth. Effect all the way over. I've got to get down. Hold on. And anything else around since we've actually done it, because to be honest, it has been a week or two since I've touched this before. Alright, we seem to be all together fine with that. It's all together, apart from we haven't put the towels on the top.
Come on, get to the painting bit.
Then we can come in with certain other shades, so down absolutely everywhere over this, quite random. We're going to thin it a little bit more than you normally favour though, because what we're going to do, we're going to come straight in with a coat of XF19, okay, which is
yep, there we go, XF19.
We're going to put it down absolutely everywhere over this, quite random. We're going to thin it a little bit more than you normally would as well. So this black comes through. Okay, now the idea with this is
not?
It's going to give us immediately
it's
a mottling
XF19,
which is what we're after. Okay, then we can come.
So yeah, it was XF19 on that one, and then we sort of mottled it in with other shades of XF54. Then I went round and picked out all the actual panels, like you can see down in here, and then it just had a full wash right the way over it to bring it all to light. Before then we really went to town on it and did it. See, so now we do it. Came together really well actually, amazingly. So so yeah, that's that one. So XF19 is my base colour, and then worked through the motions of it. The thing is, if you're going to go for a sort of screen accurate one, they're a lot lighter, they're almost white, but the thing is they have to do that for film work rather than obviously what you're just looking at with the naked eye. Okay, right, okay, so Fred says, good morning guys from Houston. I'd like to be building along with you, but my workroom has reverted to a bedroom for the Canadian Thanksgiving visitors. So everything is piled in the office. Besides, yesterday was the 32nd wedding anniversary, and if I'd spent the day at the bench, I doubt if I'd have lived to see my 33rd. Happy wedding anniversary for you, that's quite something. You should get a kit for that. A quick question for Steve. Hold on, he'll be back. I'll ask it in a... Oh, is he? Oh, you're back. I can't see you, see. You're around the corner at the moment. Okay, question for Steve then. I'm a 148th aircraft modeller who came back to the hobby a couple of years ago, but I'd like to take a go at some armour. Can Steve recommend a good first kit for a Canadian armour, Centurion, Leopard or an LAV?
Ooh, LAV. If you want to go for the Canadian subjects, Trumpeter do the series of Canadian Huskies, which is 6x6 kind of personnel carriers, patrol vehicles. So that'd be a good one for you to build. They do all sorts of different variants, early, late, engineering one. So they'd be quite good. Yeah, I'd be tempted to go for them. I don't know what else. That's actually Canadian boxers. That's the trouble.
Doesn't the Leopard, is it the Meng Leopard? They do that.
Yes, they do.
Three-way version.
Yeah.
That's the Canadian one as well, isn't it?
Yeah, there's that one, and also you can get the 2A6M or something. One by Hobby Boss that comes with the the slat armor down the sides. That's quite a good one.
Yeah,
and you can get a conversion set to upgrade it to the one with the Barracuda armor that they used out in Afghanistan. So that's a good option. So Meng or Hobby Boss. But either one, you should be fine with you building them. Just take your time, you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. It says, I love the live shows because of the techniques that are demonstrated are completely new to me, even if they're old hat to the more experienced modelers. For example, I saw Phil picking and placing small details with a paintbrush that would love to learn how to do that. Yeah, basically, I always use a paintbrush for putting on my, the decals going down, because they can just nudge them around safely. If you're using things like tweezers, knives, anything else like that, you can actually crack them and move them. I find they're just easier to slip around and all the rest of it. So that's why I do it that way. I've just noticed Hans has gone old school on us. He's got the old T-shirt on.
Yes, I did.
Crikey!
Just move your hands. Move your left hand. Oh, what have you just picked up there?
It's just one of those MDC sponges.
Traitor.
I know.
Sorry,
Sack
guys.
him, Phil. Get rid of him. Traitor.
Yeah, we need a blurry block over him.
There you go. There you go.
MDC products. Okay, John says, the thing is, we used to supply MDC with all their sanders, but we never supplied that with those types. John says, well, how good is this? I have the Formula 1 practice session live on my monitor and the turkey shoot on the other. It's just gone midnight here on Australia, and I'm supposed to be in bed so that I can be up early to fly my RC Sopwith pup. Very nice. Early in the morning. But it's all too good. Thank you thank you for doing this, guys. It's just brilliant. Looking forward to seeing the finished builds. Absolutely. Good on you. Right. Okay. So we've also got filling up those wells down in there. Absolutely. That's what I'm going to do to mine, because I'm going to do that one next month as a little fast build. Fred also says, good morning from Houston. Oh, sorry, he's updated that one. That's what that one is. Sorry, I get you now. Guys, I wish you'd stop doing that. They edit the posts and put things into it, and then I see it and think, I haven't done that one, but we've done it. Right, John also says, sorry Phil, forgot to ask a question. You have shown us so many great techniques over the time, and I was wondering if you or anyone else has created some sort of index table of content to help make it quicker to find a particular technique. No problem if you haven't. No. As I say, we've almost done 100 full video builds, and each video build I've always tried to show something different, a different technique, a different way of doing it and all the rest of it. But it is that thing I did a couple of years ago, go back and started to cherry pick some of the areas. So I'd say to you, if you wanted to know about, I don't know, chipping for instance, or something else like that, have a look at the Hind build part 8, 18 minutes in, I talk a lot about chipping. I did start to do things like that. The trouble I have is that it is so vast now with all the tutorials, the techniques and all the different bits and pieces, it's almost impossible to go back and categorize it all, because you are talking years of your life. In fact, if you was to sit down and try and watch all the Flory models, I think it now takes something along the line of 52 days non-stop for you to sit there and watch it. That's how many minutes of video are up there. So to go back through them all and try and find the place and the actual bit it says about it and does it, it's just such a massive task to try and do it. I think because YouTube tells you how much you've got up there at any one time for the stuff that's open to the general public. The general public stuff, which is basically just obviously all the news shows, the live stuff like this and all the rest of it, now runs into something like, I don't know, sort of you'd have to sit there for 28 hours or something non-stop just to do the live stuff that we've done in the past, so let alone all the other bits and pieces as well. So yeah, it is quite something to sort of go through and back catalogue it. But what I was trying to do before, and I'm still getting around to it all, is to do sort of one-offs of certain areas of the hobby and techniques of the hobby and all the rest of it. But like I say to a lot of people, because some people say to me about like, have you ever covered this type of subject or that type of subject? And I say, easiest way is go and have a look at the video build wall. So if you're in sort of this area, and I'll just take you back. So if you're in video builds up here, go through, these are obviously all the full video builds in here. Just have a look around and think, you know, well, I'm building something along the lines of this. So say that's just assume you wanted to do weathering on a Harrier or something else like that, or that type of particular type of Harrier. Then obviously you could pop in here and then zip through, and you can see all about the different weathering techniques and everything we've used down here on the Harrier build. Okay, so like down here in part 5, we were talking about using oils to do different types of weathering. So if I just push this through just a little bit, you can see down here we've got the different panel patches and all the rest of it. Well, that's just done with oils over the top of the grey to make it look that way. And I don't know how far we're going to. There we go, you can see me doing it. And instead of using post shading and going in with, you know, I go full screen on this, you might see it a bit better, there we go, of going in and doing, you know, with an airbrush. On this particular technique I showed about doing it with a brush, so we actually hand painted in post shading and going around and doing like with this with it. So again, it's just all little different techniques. So have a think about what the sort of the question is and how you want to ask it and all the rest of it, and then you can go back in there and generally just, you know, have a look at that particular video, because the chances are it will cover it in there. Okay, and that's obviously when we were working on the kinetic Harrier, about putting in sort of post shading and grime and everything, and then a little bit later on, or I hope we did, we bleached it all in and flattened it all in, and there we go. So then you just come along and you start smudging it and wiping it to get it to all go everywhere and to give streaking effects and everything. And then there we go, and then you blend with the brush for the final bit. Okay, so it's just that thing of like having a think about where or what type of technique you were doing. So that's, for instance, I don't know, you wanted to know more about cockpits and stuff like that, photo etch, and obviously this covers all of that in there because we speak about it in this particular build as well as all the others. The other thing as well is obviously in the tutorial section, it's pretty extensive, as we know. The basic modeling one, this is what from the old DVD that got updated. And we talk about obviously basic modelling techniques as you go through them like that, obviously rescribing, polishing canopies and stuff. But also we got dedicated areas on that on top. So, you know, rescribing, we got down in here, the various things we talked about, rescribing, doing raised details and those. They are all there, it's just trying to find it. And what I'd like to do is obviously go back and sort of recategorize and sort of, a lot of these videos update, because you can see that's quite an old one. But we're talking about airbrushing in here and the different techniques and doing various sort of techniques with it to go through metals, pre-shading, and then obviously in the tip section we got various air trouble complaints and things like that. So again, it is that thing of just having a look round and seeing it in there, and if you can't, PM me and I'll sort of poke you in the right direction. But to do it in a sort of overall big setting like that, of trying to have, you know, list them all, that list would be so big that that would need a list to get you in there. Otherwise, like, where do you start? You know, how would you start categorizing it? Do you do it alphabetically and put them through in there, or do you do it slightly more sort of techniques, so sort of airbrushing ones and weathering ones and various things like that? Just setting that up will be a mammoth task. But I know people have said about it, but it is that thing, it's just time to be able to sit down and actually do it, because it would take a couple of weeks work, I think, just to do that.
Or what you could do, Phil, is have a competition. Whoever categorises all your videos for you can come and spend a weekend with you.
Or gets a free mouse mat.
Or a Gucci button badge, or a or a pack of Sanders. No, you should have them. Yeah, like, spend the day with Phil. There you go.
Like that, Ron. Ron's got a picture there with his, like, you know, frosted mini wheats. With his coffee. That's the way to do it.
There you
go.
go.
Man after my own heart, that is. Definitely. Does anyone know if the FLIR lens on the M1A2 is tinted, and if so, what colour? Steve, any ideas?
I believe it is. Yeah, it will have a kind of coating on there.
Don't they have that sort of pearlescent reddy colour?
Yeah, they have that mixed colour, don't they?
Yeah.
Your best thing to do is have a look at some reference pictures and see, depending on which angle it's at, and then you can do them all the same. So instead of doing them all different colours, can't remember what colour I did mine. Let's have a look on. Where is it? Ah.
Oh. Right, so I'm doing the old prep work. So what I've got is just acrylic airbrush cleaner, and I'll give me model a wipe with it, just to get all the dust, fingerprints, nasties.
Good.
let that dry off. Now I shouldn't have put the actual thing in there because now I've got to try and hold on to it somehow. What do you reckon? Locking forceps? Nope.
Yeah, for the flare, I'd probably put a couple of coats of smoke on the lens.
Right. Smoking.
Yeah.
Cool.
Clear smoke, that should be good enough colour.
Fantastic. Just dry this off.
You see, then again, you look at some and he looks kind of a smoky brown or tint of blue. It all depends on the angle you're looking at it from. How the light reflects off it.
Way too much. Okay. Right, I'm just gonna where are we? Number 4. Prime this up. So we're going to use AK black primer.
And there we go, still drying, but we now have a black X1.
Good.
So, with always, when you're checking your primer, you're just looking for anything that is out of place. Anything that you can see as a fault in it now is going to carry through to the next layer. So obviously in this case it'll be white. So if you can see a problem now, deal with it now, because you can just sand, fill, rescribe, whatever you need to do you can do right now, yet you won't be able to do it later on. So if you need to do it, now is definitely the time. So what I need to do really when this dries a little bit is just pop these panel lines just in the roof now, because I can see them properly. So we just need to pop them back in. Don't think the bottom has them. More of a skid on the bottom. Do the top ones and we'll be good to go, I think. This is going to sit, stand, or even anything. Right, stay. Okay, so Andy says, "Hi Phil, just tuned in to listen to your chat whilst continuing my AMK MiG-31. What a kit! I might have it finished before you start yours. Somewhat stuck with the colour call out. I must admit I haven't looked at the instructions properly for it. So the AMK instructions doesn't mention any particular brand. I have sourced from previous builds the Russian cockpit emerald green, but the grey for the MiG-31 I can't pinpoint. Generally I use Tamiya and have quite a selection of their colours. Just wondering if you knew the closest match." Pass. To be honest, the MRP range do MiG-31 grey, and I did get it. It's one of the reasons, to be honest, whilst I got this particular paint selection. One is they do the cockpit colour for it, the turquoise green, and also they actually do the full colour range for this particular jet. I'm just seeing if it says anything else on it apart from MiG-31 grey. Where are we? MiG-33, 34. I was talking to a member earlier and we were saying that they could really do with bringing out a paint chart for their colour range.
Oh, definitely.
It's definitely something. And I did say to him at Telford, you need a paint colour chart.
It's like super light grey, right?
It is.
It's
yeah.
almost. Look at this.
There we go. Overall grey, MiG-31. That's all they call it. They call it traffic grey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, they
it's
actually
almost
call
like you'd need to take something like XF20 and put loads of white in it.
Yeah, as you can see, it is a really funny light grey, or even like an XF19. I think XF20, chances are it'd be too buff colour. It's got that, because I tend to use that for gold grey and lighten it slightly. This here, if you look at it, it's actually really grey. They call it traffic grey, MiG-31 overall coat they have got it down as, but it's actually got a hint of blue in there. If you can see it in the bottom, it's definitely got a bluey tinge. It's like a grey blue.
Yeah.
It's very similar to the F14 grey blue colour. You know, but you should say this needs a good mix. It's got lots of white in it. So yeah, that is the one that I've got down in here. What it is generally, I reckon you'd probably be better off starting with something like an X19 if you're going to go Tamiya way and work from that. I think XF66 light grey as well might be an option. I think Royal Light. See, it's lighter than that.
You got like the FX80, Phil? It's called Royal Light Grey.
Yeah, that's too wrong a colour. I've got it here. Look, it's too dark.
Still too dark, huh?
Yeah, it's way too dark. Because that's what I thought as well. Personally, I think if
you were doing it, I'd lighten up either XF80 or lighten up XF19, because I think XF80's got that slightly weird hue to it, whereas the other one's just a pure grey. Just lighten it down that road, but it's got to go, as you can see, quite a lot lighter.
Yeah, it's a good 50-50, if not 60-40 even.
Yeah, definitely. You know, if you've got like light ghost grey, just trying to see.
It's only Tamiya color?
Like the Vallejo light grey 276, which is Federal Standard 36495. That's a very light grey, but there again you can see it needs a sort of bluish tinge into it. It's quite a weird colour really. It's not just like a light grey, it's got a blue hint to it. It's because when you put a proper grey next to it, you can see it's almost got a blue shade to it. But you put a grey next to it and it's not there. But as I say, these would all need mixing properly. Yeah, definitely a bit of an odd one, that one. It's too white. Let's see the other one. Yeah, but there we go, that's what you would need. Definitely something a bit lighter though. Also noted, Hans said there is no sound whilst you stream the video of the Star Destroyer where there was for me. Oh right, okay. Maybe just the guys couldn't hear it because they see here through Skype. They're hearing me through Skype. You guys are seeing everything, so that's probably where that's coming from. Okay, Neil Dean. Hi guys. Neil here again, loving the model building. They're looking great. Got another question about a biplane, about the biplane I'm building. The wings have the lozenge decals on them, so they will be completely covered. Do you need to prime them, or they'll just put in the decals straight onto the plastic? Tricky one, because the decals, if they're slightly thin, will show through any colours underneath. I'd be more inclined to perhaps prime it and then just clear coat it, so you've got a good nice slippery thing for the decals. At least it'll be a universal colour underneath. That would be my thinking to that one. You know, because the thing is, if you have done any filler work or sanding, if it's slightly darker and you've got like perhaps the grey or whatever colours the actual lozenge camo is, if it's slightly different underneath, it might show through. So it might be better just to go with primer and then go in with gloss coat the primer, so all the decals slip and go in place and I have no trouble with it. Keep up the great work everybody. PS, I'm still full. Oh, on the turkey. Is that what you got today, Hans? Is it leftovers today, is it?
Leftovers today for sure. I still feel what I ate yesterday though. I'm still quite full.
Definitely.
Yes.
Christopher says, hi everyone, with all the praise for Pledge floor care, how many coats do you do it before decaling onto flat paint? Normally, I must admit I haven't actually used it for decaling purposes as of yet, but I would just think until you've got a nice smooth finish. It doesn't have to be perfectly like a mirror, but obviously the better you finish, the better your decals will go on. Below's a little picture of a Japanese truck that I'm currently building. I've primed it with Stynel Res and then applied Guns 855 sail colour, which is a flat, and then painted the details by hand. The paint should be cured fully by now. I was letting it dry for a week. You should be okay then. Then applied the care yesterday. Now it's quite shiny, but the paint still has some texture. As this is the first time of properly building something, I'm unsure if the surface is now smooth enough to decal. It doesn't have to be like a mirror. Don't think it has to be literally like glass. It can have a little bit of texture, but obviously if you've got roughness in there and the air gets trapped between the decal layer and obviously the bottom, the water goes in there, you squish the water out and then you get air. That causes your silvering. So it depends on a few things. What type of decals are you putting onto it? If it's got plenty of carrier film on it, then you want it to be really shiny if you can, to limit that amount of silvering coming through. If you're doing it where perhaps it's just normal writing that aren't going to be a problem, then you can probably get away with it. To be honest, the camera makes that look quite rough. It's probably not that rough, it's just obviously the light, the way it's hitting it. But you might want to give it just another coat and then give it 12 hours and then decal it. Or, as you say, if it's quite small decals or blocky ones with not a lot of carrier film on, then just give it a whirl, because you can take care of it and get them to suck in and all the rest of it. You know, using your setting solutions, all your bits and pieces, that will limit the amount of silvering you get. So it just depends on how you're planning on going on with it. But looking good. Looking very nice there. Nice little Japanese truck. Okay, right. So if we just pick out a couple of work in progresses at random. So, starting up here. Really nice job on this one, Clint. He's doing rusty techniques now.
All right.
Really going for it. Doing really, really nice. Coming along really, very nicely, all of that.
Yeah, I like that.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And a good little system there for keeping your gun barrels at the right width without them towing
nice,
in or out.
Nice little trick.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think that's a really good idea, actually. I do like that idea. And that's what it's all about. You see somebody do that, you think, oh, I'll do that next time, because normally I would just sort of wedge them roughly in place. Okay, so what I'm going to do every other one. So obviously, and then hopefully we'll catch everybody as we make our way through. Okay, not bad for an hour's work. So Daz is busy there working on the actual ducks there.
Yeah.
Very nice indeed. Coming along nicely, Daz. I need a mouse mat. I'm going to have to go and steal a company mouse mat from somewhere. Now my mouse is on here, it doesn't like it. Okay, so Spitfire Mark V. Coming along very nicely. Nicely painted cockpit down there, Neil. Very nicely done. And the figure and all the bits and pieces. Really, very, very good. And there he is installed into the cockpit. Very nice. Coming along a treat. Two halves going in. I've seen them clamps somewhere before. I think every modeler under the planet has those clamps now, don't they? Very nice. Towed in, wing sections in, and underside. Got the big fuel tank on the belly. Bit of post shading going on. Sorry, pre-shading even. Or seam checking. Could be both. Very nice indeed. Okay. And Mark 5 D-Day gun emplacement. So this is Andrew. Is this the original one from like 19 God knows when? They've re-released it. I seem to remember it.
Yeah, it sure looks like it.
I reckon that is the original one that was from, Jesus, I'm sure one of the membership can actually fill me in on the year that was manufactured, but it was like really old when I was a nipper. If it is the same one, I'm sure it probably is. But yeah, well done Airfix. Reproducing and making money from kits that are now like 40 years old. Okay. Gun emplacement, 48 scale TIE Fighter. Oh, this is one we were talking about because it's in the other scheme. The other box art. Really nice coming together. Very, very nice. Plan for tomorrow. It's got a little plan of action going as well. Well done on that one. That's looking really nice. Simon, doing a great job on that one. TIE Fighter. Right, F-35 anymore? Anymore? Yep. Wheels, anymore? Down in there? Nope. Okay. Right. Oh look, the Challenger. Let's see how we're doing on the Challenger. So yesterday we had the wheels on with the gang coming together. Any more today? Oh, page 2. Okay. Gun barrel going together. Seamlessly, no doubt. That's it. So we got the turret going together. Gun installed. Bottom deck's done. See, look. Piece of cake, Nigel. Oh, yes.
That's it. Keep going at it, Nigel. You're doing a great job on that one. Just beat it into submission. You'll be absolutely fine on that one. Right, where were we? Challenger Airfix Hurricane. Plastic putty applied. Crikey. What, everywhere? You're trying to take out the depth of the panel lining, I take it?
It looks like.
Trying to fill it up a little bit. It's, to be honest, plastic perfect putty is the best way of doing that. If you're ever in a situation and you want to do it, the great thing is, because it's water-based, you can literally soften this stuff down, make it into a sludge, chuck it all over it and let it dry, and you've done a great job on that. Fantastic. Really nice job. Okay, Challenger, Hurricane, then the others, there's no update on those, I don't think I'm down in there, so we'll just do this one, last one. The KI, it's coming together as well, look at that, we got a bit of filler going in there, thought we might need a bit. Going, slap it on, that's the way. Well done, Chris, doing a good job on that one as well, really coming on very, very nicely. Okay, right, let me just have a look on here. I'm going to do my wheels next. Right, so Reese has said, hi, guys shop. I assume that's obviously a typo. Sitting, listening to you guys as I decide what to build next on my next day off or four off. Quick question. Do you build the Mirror Models Ambulance or AFV Club Command Lorry? What do you guys think? To be honest, I don't know either of them. Steve, do you know those?
I've got a vague idea what they look like. I've never built
Command Lorry.
Myself. I've never built a Mirror Models kit, so I'd be tempted to tackle one of them.
They are quite flashy.
Yeah, they do some amazing subjects, but yeah, it's the flash and the sprue gates are a bit chunky, but they do turn into nice models if you put the time and effort in.
They're very nicely detailed, because when I've done I've reviewed a couple of them now, they've always had fantastically detailed parts. It's just that they're all a little bit, I don't know, like the sprues are really cluttered, which doesn't make them very easy to work with. There's a lot of parts on there and they're very small. Some of them are broken. You know, but yeah, as you say, it was a wrecker truck I reviewed last, and that looked really nice, you know. And I've seen a couple of them built up, and it's something a little bit different, you know. It's quite nice, really.
They just need that bit of refinement, I think. The word.
Yeah, definitely. I'm also making a page on my Facebook to get more recognition to model making hobby, to try and get more people into making models. What would you suggest? Suggestions be on it. Me and my partner have a few ideas, just rounders, where you guys would start. The trouble is with Facebook, there's so many model making pages up there. It's doing one that you want as a good one, you know, and all the rest of it. You know, I think try and find a particular genre. You're either going to be going for the beginner, the sort of the general ones, or you're going to go with some sort of specific area, i.e. aircraft, armour, something else like that. There's a lot of them out there now that do a lot of web scraping, so all they do is they go around and like just nick everybody else's pages and put it on their own. That seems to be the latest thing going on. But as you say, you know, it's just one of those things. Put it out there, see what feedback you get, and then also just see what gets likes and what doesn't, and then focus on what gets likes. That would be the best way of doing it.
What some people do is just copy everything Phil does.
Or just copy everything I do, yeah. Wasn't it that bloke said he wanted the artiste and not the tribute act? I think was one comment that was made the other day I thought was particularly good. Loving the show as always, and loving the work, and happy Thanksgiving to everyone in the US. Reese. Andrew, hi Phil. I was just going through my supplies of wash and found this little bottle. Am I correct in thinking this bottle is contaminated, as I believe you mentioned it on topic yesterday? It has spilt, as you can see, but also is very thick and sticky when shaken.
Well, I take it's been stored upside down because it looks like it's separated at some point. It may be that it's just been sitting around a long time. Usual thing, like we said, squirt it all out into a jug, get a soft brush, you know, a big one, like a 2-inch brush or like 1.5-inch brush, add a little bit of dishwater soap or washing up liquid to it, mix the crap out of it, literally get it all working so that, you know, the chemicals in the washing up liquid just mix it and breaks it all down, and it will hopefully break it all down and be good to go again. It's just that from a legal point of view, we can't put washing up liquid into this stuff because otherwise what will happen is if it ever spilt, it'd kill all the fish and we get in a lot of trouble. So we used to have to use less harsh chemicals, but washing up liquid will do the trick on it. And see how you get on with it. If you don't, shoot me a PM and I'll sort you out with a new bottle. There we go. I think that's up to date right there. Oh, one more in. Christopher says, hi Phil and the crew. Thanks again for helping me out with taking care of my Japanese truck. When you said that the kit was almost the same age as you, maybe we should be making a group build of this. Build something, either model in the real world or counterpart was released in the same year you was born. Extra points for getting the month. Well, there you go. I would have to do the 48 scale Lancaster Bomber by Tamiya because that was released in March 1973. Or originally tooled, should I say.
That's the problem for us modelers knocking on in years. We're going to end up with some right tat, aren't we?
Yeah, it's alright if you're 10 years old or less. Yeah. You've got some great ones. Do anything from Bandai. Yeah, you'd be fine with that one. Right, how are you two doing over there?
Yeah, getting there. It's just like I said, I'm on just sanding the leading edge of the wings, giving a little scrape, but it's just getting that done now. So
cool. Oh, the earpiece is falling out of me here. Right, I'm just going to stretch my leg. I'm still here. I'm just stretching my leg a bit.
Looks like we finally got that seam all the way taken care of. That's right in that nose section. And,
yeah, it's coming together really well. Very nice.
All the seams are gone on the bottom, on the side.
Oh, cool.
Put some little details on there now.
Just stretch me back a bit. Right, hold on, I've left my paint lid off. Right, hold on.
Getting old, Phil.
Yeah, definitely. Me and you both, mate.
That's right.
You're the fit one. You're the fittest out of the group.
Yeah, right. Not anymore.
Right, give this a bit of a mix up. Alright. Okay, what I think I'm going to do is where are we? 3-way. Right, for mine I'm going to go straight in there with white primer right over it, and then I think I'm going to gloss it in, which is basically what we did with the Dolphin helicopters. Worked well last time, so I don't see a reason why I won't do it again. So, from my point of view, we're going to be going in with this. So we're going to be using AK's, actually I need to do that for you guys, don't I? So we're going to be going in with AK's microfiller in white. Okay, so we'll just go a quick change. Just around here. Just in here.
Go.
Okay, so white primer in.
Here's one for you to try, Phil. See if you can match some styrene filler using that Tamir's quick setting extra thin cement.
Yeah, I've done it.
Does it work with that?
Yeah, it works just as well. I used it because my thick stuff had gone solid. And,
All right.
I used it because I had it to hand and just chucked it in and it worked a treat. It worked exactly the same as the other one.
So it doesn't speed up the setting time or anything?
It didn't appear to. To be honest, I'm just using up what's in the colour cut. I can't be bothered to clean it out properly, so that's why I'm taking forever. It's white. Everyone's wondering why you're giving it so much. What I've done as well, I've locked off my trigger, so it's only on half full, and then that way it stops you flooding everything. Was that your arse end, Steve?
No, but...
Oh, was it? That old chestnut.
Here we go. We've got a question from the Admiral.
Right, go on then.
And he says, Phil, since Hans is on,
Yes.
ask him how the US Nationals handle judges entering models at the Nationals. I know on a local level we allow judges to enter, but they cannot judge their own model. Just curious, and thanks. Really enjoying the turkey shoot. Thanks, Admiral.
Go for it then. So how's it working, mate?
I do judge at the Nationals, and I do bring models. I do enter in different categories. You're basically not allowed to judge in that category. So if you have a lot of models, you know, some folks do that, and they might forget, and they'll actually say to the other judges, it's usually a panel of 3 or more, usually 4, potentially 5, depending on how large the category is. And they'll say, hey, I can't judge this category. I got a model in this category. I have to leave. So they'll step back and walk out.
Right.
If you do get caught judging a category that you have a model in, you actually get suspended. So it's pretty tight. It's well regulated, I think. So, you know, there's no way that you can influence the judging when you have a model in it. And they'll go as far as actually saying, if a friend of yours is in a category, you really should not be in that judging area at all. So, and they're quite strict. You know, people have been banned from judging because they didn't follow the rules. So hopefully that answers the question.
I think a lot of it is in the US, because you're such a vast area, you know, you probably don't know the other judges as much as perhaps you would in the UK, because it's probably the same judges doing it all the time.
Yeah.
You know, and it seems to be, I'm not being funny, the same people, you know, same winners, same people judging, you know, there seems to be a lot of that going on. And as I say, I think what's happened this year here in the UK is that so many people have got a little bit despondent because of the judging and how it seemed to be. I don't know if you've been watching or listening to some of the guys that have been on about it.
Yeah, I did. But hear some of the conversations, you know, especially some of the out of the box categories. It seemed like a lot of people were upset about it. But strong believer, if you're building for competition, is read all the rules and the regulations, and how does it work, and how do you enter, what do you need to bring, those kind of things. And that way there's no surprises, right? To be honest, this little tank that I'm building will most likely enter into out of the box. Mm-hmm. So I can't modify anything on it, right? You're not supposed to touch anything, add things to it, metal barrels, more PE, you can't do that, those kind of things, so read and understand what you're entering is the first game plan. And I think a lot of folks at Telford were surprised that the judges said, that you got disqualified. We don't use that word in the first place over here, but they were missing their little booklet like this, right? Your instruction booklet, and that's pretty tightly controlled in the U.S. If you're in an out-of-the-box category, you must have that booklet with you. It must be present on the table so the judges can look through it and make sure that you followed all the steps. It has all the parts that are within that box for that particular model. Or the variant for that matter, and most of it is being used to make sure that you didn't modify anything, right? It's very difficult once a model is painted, able to even see if there's a part that looks different, right? A metal barrel you can hide pretty easy under paint, right? So we want to double check all those kind of things. Was there a metal barrel in the box? Yes or no? Purely about construction, being able to hide all your seams, do a good job on, getting rid of all your glue marks, that kind of stuff. In the U.S., there's quite a few judges that travel the circuit, if you will, especially nationals. I do see.
Well, as you say, it's a lot of people have drawn comparisons between the US and obviously the UK, and as I say, from what I've heard, I've never been over there, never entered it, wouldn't know, but it does seem to be that there's a different judging system to what's available in the UK, and certainly from the point of view of the judges judging their own work or judging people they know have done it, and various things like that. I think that seems to be have reared its head a little bit this year. So it's interesting to know that you're not allowed to judge it even if you knew somebody who built it. Or that I think is quite fair then, because it's on its own merits. It's almost like walking into a room and you don't know whose is whose. But unfortunately, I think with the media, social media as it is, it's very hard to hide from that, isn't it? Because let's face it, people put stuff up on their Facebook, they put it up on their YouTube channels. So a lot of people know what people are building.
Well, that's maybe the thing, Dub. Say that if you're entering a model, it can't be on any form of social media.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's very difficult. I used to say, I would never want to be a judge. It's as easy as that, because, as I say, it's very difficult to be totally unbiased and all the rest of it. It's so easy to be swayed, and because I'm in this position, I see a lot of people's models. Obviously the guys on the forum, they post up saying this is for the nationals. Obviously seeing Hans's stuff that he takes up, I know it, and I know what's gone into it. So the thing is, when you're looking at them, you automatically give them a few more points and everything else like that to because you just know the amount of work that's gone into it. Going back to it, poor old, Spencer Pollard. I've heard people say, well, he shouldn't enter because he's a professional modeler and stuff like that. And somebody the other day did say to me, well, it's the same as you. You don't enter competitions because if you wanted to, you could throw as much time and resources at it, everything else. But it's like I said, but if you are in that and you want to do it, then kudos to it. I don't think that perhaps professionals in it should be banned from entering competitions, because we've got a love for it as much as anybody else. It's just that I understand what it is, and I think somebody, the person I was talking to took it slightly out of context, because I did say a while ago that it wouldn't be fair to me to enter a competition because I could throw as much money at it and as much time at it against somebody else who only's got a limited budget and he's only got so many hours in a week to do it. So I think at the end of the day, it's just one of those things. It's a competition, and out of competition, inherently, you're going to get decisions that people don't agree with, no matter what it is. It's just that this year it seemed to be a little bit more vicious than previous years, so.
Yeah. It's like anything, competition, the word competition by itself, right? It's one of those things. It's, there will always be controversy no matter what, and we do have controversy just like you guys. There's always somebody who will be disappointed because they put a bunch of time in it or money. I think, the root of how things are judged in IPMS is, first is all about build quality, right? Did you do a good job? Is everything on there that should be on there? Is it glued on straight if it should be straight, right? Does it have the right angle, gear, and all that stuff? Most of it's all alignment problems most of the time. And then it's more like tanks. All the wheels should be on the ground unless it's climbing over a hill and cresting or something like that, right? These vehicles are heavy, so you can't have road wheels hanging off of tracks. Those kind of things pretty much gives you your first cut, if you will. And then it gets down to paint. Is the paint neatly applied? Unless you're trying to mimic something in real life. Color variations, they don't look at too strictly. Unless there's like a pure tie for first place, they take a closer look at it. We don't allow for sweeps, which means if I would enter, let's say, 5 models in the same category, and there's 10 models in the whole category, they'll look at my first 5, and you do your cuts, right? Is looking at it's the gear on straight, are the wheels on the ground, that kind of stuff. They'll take a look at my models. Here's 5 of them. They'll take the number one that's the best out of the 5. The rest is just moved to the side. So it doesn't make any sense for you to ever put more than one model in one category, right?
Right.
Just unless you just like to build them, but you eliminate it right away that way, and just one stays behind and competes with the rest. And after that, then it becomes how accurate is it, right? How is the weather? Those kind of things become more subjective for sure. But if you're into competition, make sure that you make the first cut. Do all your work very neatly, tightly, clean. Those kind of things. Look for alignment problems. That's what I see most of the time. We can eliminate most of the problems out of a big category. It's all alignment most of the time. And then after that, it becomes how much work do you put in it? And it is not about putting a ton of aftermarket things in there. One of my friends is the head judge in IPMS, and he's a firm believer. The more you put on it, the more chances you have to goof up and make a mistake, right? So the simpler the model, the less chances that you make a mistake by cutting something off or damaging it or putting the PE on backwards, let's say, those kind of things. Right, so it's all
Absolutely.
And what I like about competition and judging is I learn a lot of stuff. I see a lot of things and start looking for those things during my own builds. But that's just me, It's not for everybody, and But I like to compete at the local level. It's a lot of fun, and just go to all these meets and see people and hang out with them, and talk models and have a good time.
Yeah.
And just don't take it seriously. If you lose, it is what it is. It's the best model of the day during that competition. Doesn't mean that the next time you can't win. Who knows what gets brought. So
it is the thing, and I think some of the decisions that were made this year, certainly from what I've heard, and to be honest, as I say, I try and keep out of it because I don't compete. So it doesn't mean that I don't sort of, don't care about it, but it's not something that really interests me. And you get some people, and they said to me, but have you seen this model? And if you look at this model, this one's got this. But the thing is, you've got that biased thing sometimes that, and I know obviously when Spencer was talking about he was pointing out that the one he was up against really had, had flaws in it and basic modeling problems and everything else like that. And, it just seems to me that, again, it's one of those reasons why I don't compete, because I don't want to be in that type of environment where it's almost nitpicking, because I feel somewhat for the poor guy who built the Starfighter, because it was almost like his model was micro, looked at, which I suppose if you put it into competition, you have to expect that in a lot of ways. But the poor judge who obviously put him above Spencer's one, and then the guy who built the Starfighter, it seemed to be that he was sort of, hit upon for it. And as I say, I don't know him at all, and I don't really know Spencer that well either. I don't think I've ever spoken to him on a one-to-one in my life, and everything else. But it is that thing where it's a good reason why I don't do that type of thing, because I just hate to be the guy who built the Starfighter, who now his build is being questioned, and all his faults are being brought out and all the rest of it. It's not a nice thing to sort of go through. And then obviously, because Spencer Pollitt is well known, he's, obviously he works for a magazine and all those things, so he's got quite a following of people saying, yeah, well, you should have won, and everything else like that. And again, it's just that thing. And don't get me wrong, I'm not one of these people who believes that everybody who takes place should always win. There has to be a winner and all the rest of it. But I just feel that this year particularly, it just got quite almost bitchy, there's a lot of cattiness and all the rest of it. So from that point of view, it was like, I don't know, very, very difficult one to pull. And as I say, it's something where I don't like it. We used to have it here on ours. We used to judge it, all three of us, wasn't it? When we used to say, right, who's first, second and third for a build. And the guys, we used to do it on a point system. They would do points, I'd do points. We'd total them up, and that's how we got our winners. Luckily, I can honestly say, I think we all agreed on the same things as a rule every time we did it, so it wasn't a problem. But very quickly I stood back and left it to them, and it was like, right, you judge it, I'm not getting involved in it, because one year I made a decision and everyone was up in arms about that, and it's like, right, okay, well, that's it, I'm going to step back from it now. And we left it to other people. Then when we used to have donation prizes, we left it up to the people who donated the prizes to judge it, until we got to the point where honestly we're getting into that realm where people are taking this far too seriously, and again, it's taking the fun out of the hobby, because decisions are questioned and everything. So it was easier to say, look, everyone gets a medal anyway, so instead of us going out and trying to get donations in and all the rest of it to have winners, that we will use the money that we set aside for, we'd normally buy prizes and the bits and pieces, that everyone now gets sanders or sticker sets and badges and all the bits and pieces you get with the medal, which goes out with every group build we do, which still runs into near £2,000 this year for doing this particular one. So I'd rather spend the money and everyone gets a little something from it than having just 3 winners and that's it.
Yeah.
But it was interesting, I must admit, all of this. It sort of brings up a few questions, I think, with the entire of the hobby, and everything else. As you say, healthy debate is a good thing, as long as it's healthy.
I think setting good rules in place in the first place and expectations, so you know what you're building towards, right? We have a judges pre-briefing. To judge at nationals, you have to actually be a judge in training for a while and actually get along with people and just listen to what people are doing, rather than become or judge immediately. A lot of times, not all the times, but I try to do a good job of making notes on the model, what we saw, what we didn't, why it's at a particular placing. So you get some feedback, which I think is important, if that's what you're into, right? There's always that fine line between harsh critique or helping a person out and say, look for this for the next time, right? Say it in a nice manner rather than breaking a person down. So that's what I like about it. You know, I started judging armor just to learn about it, and I thought it was interesting. I've always built airplanes, and that's it. And
Yeah.
that's why I'm building armor right now. I enjoy it. I know what to look for, and learn something about it. So it's all we can make out of it, I think. And just don't take it so seriously. Some people just, that's their whole life. They're in their cave. All they do is build, 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 you know. And I get it, but you got to get past, you know, to get it.
Yeah. You know, I think, say, I often get people, members and that come to me and they say, I entered in the competition, can you tell me where I went wrong and all the rest of it? And like, I always say, I'm not a good judge for that because, you know, I just look at a model from an overall point of view. I won't sort of look at it, you know, because I'll forgive things quite easily. Like if the gear isn't totally in alignment and things like that, I might think, well, maybe it's had a knock on the way up, or perhaps it's not just sitting right, or, you know, and then people say about, well, if it's got blatant things like silvering, yeah, obviously it shouldn't have that on decals. Yes, you shouldn't have any sink marks and all the rest of it. But that's really as far as I go. The rest of it, I could forgive everybody for everything. So that's my problem. I'm probably a bit too fair, if anything, but, you know,
Yeah.
so that's why I'm not a judge.
It comes down to it's what is the best or the first three best models on that table out of 3 or 50 or 80, right? Doesn't matter. On that day, what's the best model there, right? For that particular category, and then all we do is it's a 1, 2, 3 system.
So you say, because we have over here gold, silver, and bronze.
Yeah.
But say you just have first, second, and third, yeah?
Yeah. And there was a little seminar, an hour-long seminar that the judge do.
Yeah.
The judge does a talk about what do the judges look for.
Yeah. Let's get this in. I forgot to put your walkways in. This will be quicker. Honest. Right, okay, just do that. And do the other. So there you go, guys. If anybody does have any questions to Hans about it, shout up and he can answer you.
Better get
Why did my model not win?
get my rule book out here.
Yeah, because it's crap.
No, it's just, you know, again, try to enjoy it. You know, don't get so upset about it. You know, what do you, in all fairness, what do you get out of it, right? You get a little plaque that says, you know, you were first, second. It's all, you know, bragging rights, I guess. You know, not winning hundreds of thousands of dollars. So it's not the end of it. You know, that's just my take on it, but.
No, that's right. Yeah, it's mine as well, really. As you say, I think it's unfortunately it's just that thing. You're always going to have it's an element of competition. You get the guys who are into competitions. That's what they join for. That's what they do it for, and everything else. And unfortunately, as you say, when rulings don't go with them, or for whatever reason, they get a little bit upset with it all. But
Yeah, all the judges are available the next day. They'll be in the room, and you can hit them up and talk to them. You can't see
punch
them.
him on the nose.
Yeah, hit them.
Yeah. You what, Steward?
Yeah.
You get all the partners and wives going in there. Did you know how much effort he's done? He spent months on that, and you didn't even place him.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's all, no problems whatsoever. But,
Well, as you say, at the end of the day, if you're into it, then, knock yourself out. But, as I say, I definitely build more for the pleasure than anything.
Yeah,
That's the fact.
I've
never win.
bits are over. I've done 2, and that's it.
I think my trouble is I don't. It's probably because of the position I'm in, where people know me. But people come up to me and they're like, "Have you seen what's won and this? It's crap and everything." And I'm like, "Whoa, hold on," And
yeah, they
why
always
the hell
ask
did
your
that
opinion,
win?
don't they?
Yeah, that's it. And I'm like, God, don't ask me. I don't even do it. It's nothing to do with me. I'm keeping out of this.
Yeah.
But
It's one thing. A modeler coming up and saying, "Look, can you have a look at my model and tell me where I can improve?" But when they start saying, "Well, look at my model and tell me why he's beat mine," well, it's not up for us to do that. That I do not like.
Yeah, no, that's right. But unfortunately, again, we're just back into that realm of competition, isn't it? It just brings out the worst in people, I think.
Yeah,
Some people, they love the drama of it, You get the people, I'm sure, just go around shit stirring because they like the drama, and all of that. And then you get other people who are quite happy just to enter and just to be in it, just to be in it and see what happens. They don't really care. They're not expecting anything, Personally, I'm not that type of person. If I was going to enter it, I'd want to win it. But I know a lot of guys who just, I just put it in, see what happens. See, I wouldn't be like that. I'm far too competitive for it.
But to be honest, I prefer, like this year at Telford, displaying your model and chatting to the members about it, who have seen us build it. They want to ask you questions and look at it and chat to you about it. I get more enjoyment doing that than putting into a competition.
Yeah, definitely.
Somebody saying it's an amazing build is worth a lot more than somebody putting a little wooden plaque next to it.
Yeah. And that is the thing as well. When they're in the competition area, they sit up there, and a lot of people don't even look at them up there. I know loads of people who didn't actually go in the competition area. So, that's the point. They've sort of lost out from being able for modelers to ask them questions about it, and that's what I would prefer, because you get people coming up, and they're obviously coming up to me and Steve and talking about obviously Steve's Husky and the Dolphins and the 190 and stuff like that, and it's nice to get the feedback and be able to explain to people who perhaps haven't seen the build and everything how it was done, what kit it is, what extras you've used. Yeah, if it's in the competition area, technically you can't do any of that.
Yeah, our competition area is open to the public, and most of the modelers walk around in there. I spent quite a bit of time just taking pictures or meeting up with friends from across the country and talk models and take a look at what they brought and just chit chat about models and say that's pretty cool, or how did you do this, that, exchange techniques, that kind of stuff. See some work, and then during the judging it gets closed off. Nobody can get in unless you're in judge. I do a lot of the tallying of actually writing down. It all goes into a big computer database, typing it all in and making sure that we do it correct. And there's quite a bit of paperwork involved actually to do it all right. But I'm quite involved with that.
Work.
Yeah, as I say, I don't. We need to find somebody who knows what goes on at the UK one, because I know a judge. Tigger's a judge, but I don't know
exactly what the extent of ours ones is and how the judging runs and everything else like that. So it would be nice to do a comparison to see if it is the same between the UK, the Euros, and the, you know, obviously the US versions. You know, is it they're all exactly the same, or are they slight differences between them all? You know, so. Anyway, so where are we? Where's my mouse? There's my mouse. Right, okay. Right, that's Hans's there. So, Neil says, hi Phil, Hans, Steve. When we've done my turkey shoot model, sorry, when I've done my turkey shoot model, do I create a separate, I've done it, here it is, thread? Oh God, now you're asking. Yes, there is.
Yeah.
It's in this category.
Yeah.
There's a gallery. Hold on, I'll be able to show you. If you go in up here.
It's probably not open, Phil. I forgot.
Yeah, I was literally just going to show them where it is. That was all. Hold on, we'll just go back to the back. If you go into Turkey Shoot, I have to go through gallery. So technically, you're in here. Just scroll down the bottom, and this is it. So down here, it's not open yet, although we'll get that opened in a minute. Okay, and then once you've finished it, it will go in here. Okay, so down in here, you've actually got the reveal. So you just click on new, put a new one in, and you'll be good to go with it. Okay, so just pop it down in there, and you'll be absolutely fine. Okay, and
I'll open it up in the when we take a break, Phil. I've got to go upstairs and turn on the other computer to do that.
Right, oh, lovely job. Okay, where was I? I don't even know where we are now. That was Neil. That was Steve. That was Steve. Edited. Guys, don't edit. Just put another one in because sometimes we don't see it back. So we're great. Really like the extended live stream. It's like Flory Talk Radio. By the way, I see the Flory effect has hit Gundam. Looked a few days ago and the kit you were making, and it's gone up from 65 quid to over double that. Is it? Jesus. I should have bought 10.
Yeah.
Michael says, hello lads. Just in from work. How's it going today? Question for Steve. Accurate armor kits or kits or kit form service kits? Which company do you think makes the better kits?
Well, they're different scales, but kit form services for me.
Cool.
Their kits are just incredible. They're a lot more expensive, but the museum quality. But don't get me wrong, Accurate Armour makes some wonderful kits as well. So for your British stuff, especially, they're the best too.
Yeah. Yeah, really nice. Okay. Okay, Brad says, hi guys, really enjoying the live stream, lots of good stuff. Hello. Oh look, you can come again. Thank you. Is that my dinner?
Yeah, it is actually. No, it's not.
Thanks everyone. I've got a pack of Jaffa cakes. Oh, that's right, I can do that.
Then?
Yeah, it'll be fine. I'll eat
Sure.
Your diet's wonderful.
Is that right?
Oh, it is. Yeah, my diet's brilliant.
Well, it's just that he's coming out, so.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, it's good.
Are you coming out? Hey.
No, Liam is. The thing is, he doesn't finish work till 8, so he'll be out after that. I'll try and get him on the show tomorrow. He can be the eye candy for the ladies. Anybody got any single daughters? Got to get him suited up somehow. Right. Sorry, what were we saying? Really enjoying the live stream. Good stuff. How many, now for my questions. Can you do a quick refresher on the grade, grit and colour of your sanders and sponges and what sequence you should use them? Sometimes I have trouble deciding which one to use for a particular job. If you go and have a look at, I've got to think where it is now, in here, go into tutorials. It's free as well. You can get this on the freebie site on the YouTube thing. I've got to think where it is now. Is it under sanding and filling? I think so. Oh, hold on, we've timed out. Get in there. And filling and sanding. There we go. That's the one. If you go in there, that's a full talk through how to sand. I know it sounds stupid, but but it talks you through sanding, how to sand, where to sand, and what to sand as well. Okay, so that's probably the best sort of go-to video all about it. All right, so you can do that as well. For non-members, you can actually get this off our YouTube page. It's down in there on the free-to-air video section. Shameless plug, I know. But basically, in a nutshell, you've got... I've got to find it all now. Hold on. For your sanders like these, all right, you have 3 types. Okay. So what we've got down here is the white one. If it's white, it's our coarsest one we do. Okay. Now the white one also comes as a... I can find one. Come on, there's one. There's one. As a skinny as well. Okay. So that's the coarsest one. So you can either have it as a normal sanding stick or you can have it as a skinny stick. Okay. That's the coarsest, and it's 2-sided as well. So it's very coarse on this back one. God knows what it is, but it's high. Then you've got another, a finer, slightly finer, coarse one there. All right. Then you've got the blue one, and again, the blue one is available as a normal one and as a skinny. All right. So you've got both types. Again, you've got it's finer than obviously what's on the coarse one, and then finer again. Okay. The only exception to it is the green one. Now the green one again comes as a skinny. All right. This green is the same on both sides. Okay. Because it's the all-round fine one we do. The grit wise, we don't run it like the traditional grits. It's not like saying it's like 220 grit and all the rest of it, because actually it's a little bit finer than that. I think it's around about 320 the crossover is on this particular grit. Okay, but that's that one. Then on the spongy side of things, you've got 2 flavours, well you've got 3 in theory. Okay, you've got the coarsest one will technically be the blue, which is like the equivalent to the medium, which is equivalent to that one in there. Okay, and on there that's around about 220 grit both sides. And then what you've actually got is the black one, which is known as the black polisher. That's a sander, which is around about 300 grit. And you've got the polisher on this side, which is 1200 grit, I think, on the back here. So it's very fine. It's like wet and dry paper, this one, and obviously they can be used wet and dry. Then last up, you've got the buffer. Now the buffer again is 2,400 grit, 2,600 grit, whatever it was. And then the white side, I don't know, it's something like 4,800.
No,
it's very, very fine.
The other side's about 12,000.
Yeah, 12,000, whatever it is.
Yeah,
very,
that other
very
side, about 6,000, I'd reckon.
Yeah. So without looking them up, I don't know exactly what they are. I can't remember what they are now. But that's it. So basically you can work your way through. Or I tend to use the blue one for general. That's your sanding and everything else like that. Then I'll come in for buffing afterwards with the blue. Then I'll come in with the black. And then if you want to polish it, then you come in with the polisher blue and white one. So as I said, have a look at that video and it teaches you how to buff, how to sand, which sounds really, really stupid, but I have more feedback off of that one video than I probably do in any other tutorial video I've done. Because a lot of people have said, I never knew that. And it's really good when you hear that, because that means I've taught them something. Because we tell about that, you don't push down with a sander, you just pull it left and right. You don't actually push, because all you do is actually scratch the plastic instead of sanding the plastic. And everything else like that. So
let the sander do the work, right? Instead of pushing on really hard and, you know, lightly, always lightly, so you don't put
always light, yeah. Because all you're doing really is making damage. You're physically damaging the plastic instead of sanding it, and that is the key to it with all the sanding. Okay, so. Right, okay. Martin says, hi everyone, quick question. Do you think it's wrong that I bought the Tamiya kit only to find the clear parts are missing? Hold on, do you think it's wrong? I got in contact with the UK vendor for Tamiya for a replacement part, and they wanted to charge me £10 to replace the part when it was not in the kit. Poor customer service. I think Tamiya buyers beware. So, who's I need map for this.
It's Hobby Company.
It is the Hobby Company, isn't it? So, Hobby Company are obviously. That does seem a bit off when you can go to Airfix, Revell, and all the rest of it, and they'll just send them out freebie. To be honest, I've never known Tamiya to be missing anything. Usually they're very, very good. Their quality control is normally second to none, so I've never heard of that actual problem before. I've heard of people breaking bits and then getting replacements, but never like that. Again, which pit are you missing? What kit is it from? Because one of the guys might have a scrapper, a buster, and you can nick the part off of it. As I say, my F16, I'm fresh out of canopies for it, but my F16's been cannibalised by everybody over the last. Since I mentioned it on air and it was on the live show, a few more bits have gone for it as well now. I've lost the doors have gone because somebody wanted the doors because it had the bulge doors and not the flat ones. So they've now left the building. There's not a lot left of it. But yeah, same thing, Martin. Just post up what you're missing. Somebody might be able to help. Somebody might have a scrapper or a buster with the part on there, and they can then get it off and then send it to you. Save you a tenner. Definitely. Chris says, Phil, totally agree with your comments about being in it for fun. I used to be a screener for aviation photo website. I packed it in because of the hate mail. I bet you do, that's the trouble. You can imagine doing it, you get loads of hate mail off people. I used to get from people whose photos I haven't deemed that I deemed unworthy. I got to the point where I asked myself why I should judge other people's work in that way and decided I shouldn't be doing it. It wasn't worth the stress that I was feeling. See, that's what I'm getting at. You have to feel for the judges. I bet the judge who did this one, the one we're all on about, which is the Starfighter versus the Harrier, really, he's going to be reading all this as well. And I bet he's now doubting his judgment, you know, and that's going to actually now be on him for the next ones he ever does. You know, as I said, I don't know who it is. I don't know him from Adam, but you got to feel for the poor guy who's judging it. Yeah. Modelling is fun. Like this turkey shoot, one day I stop having fun is the day I find something else to do. Absolutely, Chris, couldn't agree with you more. Yeah. That's it, I'm off. Okay. Oh, John Buller. Great. Is he finished work? Shouldn't he be working? It's getting near Christmas. I thought he does like 28-hour days. Hi guys, how are you all? Just getting in from work and turned in for the first time. And how worthwhile do you find your Optivisor? I've been thinking about getting one for a while now, and I've been reluctant to splash out the cash on one. Are they worth it, or do you just like look like Mr. Magoo?
Thanks. Personally, I like them. You know, my eyesight is just not that good where I can build without. Ever since I switched to one, maybe like 5 years ago, you get used to it. And this one is only a single strength, whatever. I guess it's probably like a 20% or so at the most. And I only bought this for like $10 at Hobby Lobby in the U.S. I don't know if they exist within the U.K. There are definitely more fancy ones out there. They're in the hundreds of dollars, but this works just as well. Some of my friends here in the U.S. use reader glasses, right? Just the little cheapy ones that you get at the grocery store, and they work just as fine too. So it might be another idea.
Go on, John, get some just for the laugh.
just try it. You know, try it out once, and you'll be seriously, you'll be amazed at how many things you actually do see that you tend to overlook. At least that's what I learned from my building.
I tried it. It was funny. I'm sure one of the guys brought some. Oh, I know I've tried somebody's and they're awful. Huh. You know, if you move out of the vision, you know, everything goes blue. Oh no, I just couldn't get on with it.
Yeah, that must be like a really strong one, right? This one isn't too strong, and you definitely do need to work at a specific distance.
Yeah, and that's what I don't like. You know, it's.
I've gotten so used to it that it doesn't bother me anymore. In the beginning, it was a little something to get used to, but you know, like everything, right?
Well, yeah, I suppose once you've been using it a while, as you say, you wouldn't be without it now. But as I say, it's just that initial thing, isn't it? Getting used to it, and you know, like everything. It's like me with me side cutters. models. Right, stick these on. We just spray these. Right.
Your wings turning out.
Sorry, say again?
I said, how's the wings turning out, Steve?
Yeah, they're taking shape nicely.
Yeah.
Shall I add some more? There I do. There we go. Right.
Like some later clear parts. Right. Next step is the wings.
See, then he says about my singing.
And that's getting money that he's whistling.
Well, yours isn't singing, Phil. Yours is da 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 and different versions of it.
That's it.
Bom, bom, bom. It's like a remix album.
That's what I could do. See, when I quit this as a career, I'm going to do voiceover work and be like sounds things, like beatboxing. I'll be there. Right, okay, that's them done. As I say, I never use a paintbrush, literally, if I can help it. I use loads of paintbrushes, normally cleaning out the airbrush. But even little parts, I airbrush literally everything, even tiny parts. People say to me, wouldn't it be quicker just to like paint it by hand? I'm like, yeah, but it takes a while to dry then.
Yeah.
Right, okay, now the reason for viewers at home wondering why I've sprayed this again is because it's got walkway strips on the wings, and they are going to be far easier to mask and spray than do it the other way round. The other thing as well, unknown to me, this entire cockpit area is black on the outside, so I need to do that as well. And that would be easier to mask on the inside than it would be to mask it on the outside. So that's the plan, that's why we're doing it. So what we'll do is grab some masking tape and mask it all up. Now, what width is it? Okay, so I'm going to go with that.
Oh my god, we're low on tape. Which is amazing, really, because this is the last bit of my tape from when we had the store.
Oh,
We
yeah.
had boxes of Tamiya tape left over. That's like 7 years ago, 6, 7 years ago now. And so I'm just down to the last bit now. That might fit. Oh, that's right. All that.
Everybody's concentrating very hard.
Yeah. See if we can plumb this little guy in. Okay, and last bit. Right. Bit of a rub. That's those mast. Canopy. Right. Okay. Masking around the canopy. Now, for you guys who are planning on doing this one, or are doing this one, the canopy, if you've got a good fit like mine is, you could actually probably do this as an afterthought. I'll put the canopy in after you've painted it. That way you won't have to do this malarkey. And just paint the canopy on its own.
Yeah. Right.
Well, my t-shirt's got a nice white, nice dustiness and bits everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Always a good sign then.
Yeah. We're getting there though, that's the main thing. It actually looks like a plane.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, cool. Wings are on.
Yeah.
Looking pretty clean there, Steve. Looks nice. How do you like working with that green styrene? Care?
Yeah, it's not too bad. I've actually found the Tamiya quick setting glue is a lot more aggressive than the extra thin on this type of plastic.
Oh, really?
So it joins it together a lot quicker.
Yeah.
You know, when you squeeze it then and it's just a little bit oozes out to fill all the gaps, so that's quite good.
Yeah.
Well, just need to give this bit a gentle rub because it's a panel line.
Here we go. Right, okay.
So before anyone criticises, it is actually a panel line. It goes around
Oh.
cowling.
That panel line is off, Steve. Way off.
Yeah, it's definitely too thick.
Yeah, no, it's definitely supposed to be there. You can see it's got rivets on either side.
We'll believe you.
Well, I'm presuming that, and it looks like that in instructions, but it just popped open then. So it's probably a bit more setting Tamiya.
Right.
Yeah.
Quick rescribe.
Well, I said the member who said yesterday that he had a concussion and couldn't join in. So he wants to have a whiff of this Tamiya quick setting glue. That'll sort him out. Soon be back to normal. Cool.
Good stuff, is it?
Oh. Probably more effective than them sniffing salts we used to give you. We're knocked out, you know, have a whiff of this. Right.
That's it. Right, back in for white again. Right, where is the white bits?
Out the end. Surely it only goes only one way. That's it. Oh, I haven't painted the area behind where the engine's going.
Well, the bulkhead.
Yeah, that thing as well, won't it? Right, and I'm not getting my airbrush out, I've got to do it the quick way. Airbrush, slap it on.
Okay,
Still got mixed up from yesterday.
I'm sure my magnetic strip is either the paint on my my tweezers is so thick now that they're not getting magnetic through, or my magnet's going. I can't work out which is which.
Time to clean some tools.
Yeah, I think they need a bath. Or just sand them clean, but for some reason they don't like sticking to me magnetic strip anymore. I'm pretty convinced it's just there's so much paint on them that they are just given up really. Right, okay, so that's all done. That's done. So let's get this white back on the go again. Round 2. So hopefully we're all clean in here. Here we go. Right, what are the hubs? Hubs are chrome silver, cherry green, chrome silver. It's easy. Chrome silver. Okay, let's get these hubs done and I'll do a few more questions.
Right.
Where's the...
The paint's right.
Well, you're hand painting.
Yeah, because it was airbrush ready paint, it's a bit thin, but it'll be right. It'll soon dry.
You'll be right. I'll translate, he means that'll be very good. Right, I've never tried this chrome colour before, so this will be interesting.
Alright, I'll figure it out.
Too many small parts.
Which chrome colour is that, Phil? The Vallejo one?
Yeah, no, this is AK's. I thought I'd give it a whirl. Never used it before. Pick a hub size, any hub size.
So which way does this go? Alright. A little bit of this bit's tiny.
Must be the quickest way ever to do wheels. Whoever thought of this needs a bloody medal. It wasn't me. I stole the idea from someone else, just can't remember who.
Yeah, that works a treat.
But it's just so much easier than messing around trying to do them by hand or hand painting the tyre on and all stuff like that. It's like, oh god, I can't be doing with all of that.
Yeah.
Okay, wheels done. Right, okay, so that was John, so I don't know who's outside, but Mel's having a party out there. Okay, so Martin says, hi, missing the part of the windscreen from a Yamaha YZ-M104 1/12 bike. So there we go. Anybody got one of them? Preferably an old wrecker that you don't mind losing the canopy for. As I said, to be honest, that's quite an important part, isn't it? You can't really just not bother with that.
I'm quite shocked at response there. I think that's...
Yeah, you would think that they would do something about that, to be honest.
Yeah.
As I said, I don't know really what to suggest. I don't think it's like an easy answer to that. If they're just digging their heels, saying 10 quid, like, Christ, that seems a lot. As I know on the back of
the thing is, you've got consumer protection, haven't they? If it's the item you've got's faulty,
yeah,
which missing a part, they've got to replace it.
Yeah, surely if it's new and you've bought it from a shop, you just take it back to that shop because it is faulty. So under the Sale of Goods Act, you are entitled to either a refund or a replacement within 31 days, isn't it? I'm sure, I know there's a lot of legal people out there, because when I trouble my computer, we've got like 5 solicitors or something on the site, and they're all telling me all the legal rights for it. So yeah, I would, I don't know, it depends where you got it from. Tell us where you got it from, and then go back to them and say, look, you know, what's going on? I'm surprised, if it's a model company, as in one of the proper, you know, like E-models of this world, or sort of, you know, Models Are Go in that, I'm sure they would just sort you out. But then if it's some other place, then perhaps not. Tom Evans, have you just been talking about the Tamiya Quick Setting Extra Thin? Could you use that for the filler rather than normal extra thin? I have done it. I've got it here. I've been using it. It does work. I have thinned. Where's my other stuff? This stuff, because it had dried out on me totally. Now it's back to being just stupidly thick. In theory, it would work because it has thinned mine. Because mine actually went rock hard. So it has thinned it a bit, but I don't know if it makes it dry any quicker. I don't know the pros and cons of it. I haven't tested it. It'd be something I'd have to knock up a batch and then over a few weeks see how it goes. Does this mean it just dries out really quickly in the pot as well? And things like that. Does it mean you're going to get shrinkage? I'm not sure. It'd be one of those things. When I was playing with your initial idea, that's like almost 8 months worth of me playing with it before I actually mentioned it anywhere. So I'd have to sort of do the same type of thing. You know, it's one of those things. If you're going to develop something like that, you want to just check it through everything, and also what type of plastics is it to work with. Is it the same? Because Steve was saying it seems to be a little bit more aggressive with that particular plastic he's using. So there is little variables that you want to check out, make sure they work before you go sort of running in with it. Try it on a test piece first. Always a good idea. Rick says, I have some deformed resin parts. The parts need to be slightly realigned. I remember reading somewhere that used to use hot water bath to help reform the parts. Do you know this technique? By the way, my 132nd F15E will take about 4 weeks to build. Not 4 days then. I've started it under the construction. I did see that earlier actually. Yeah, we did it. Is it still on the site? Hold on. I don't know if it's one of the videos we pulled, but one of them I showed. Wrong one. Hold on. If the Raptor's in here, the Raptor, when I was working on that, I know it's one of the old videos. Trust me, look, it's horrible. But I had the canopy. Is that the one? In the canopy. My canopy didn't fit because this is all resin. I had the Wolfpack resin cockpit set for it. And the canopy, I hope there's a close-up of the canopy somewhere around here.
16.
Loads of photos, no canopy. Typical. But my canopy, it was completely wrong. I couldn't fit the clear part to it, put it like that. It was completely out of whack. But one of these parts here, I'm pretty sure we showed it. I dip it in hot water. That's doing decals there. But I dipped it in hot water and then did it. I'm not sure if it's actually in part of that. I think I did do it, but it's one of those things. You put it into hot water And with all resin, it's quite brittle to start with, and then all of a sudden it goes. It's like using acrylic. It will literally just go really floppy, okay? So as soon as that does, you need to put it to whatever shape it is. So from my point of view, I use the canopy, put it onto the canopy part and let it, and then within a couple of seconds it goes hard again and it locks in that position. So yes, you can do it. The other way is to just gently warm it and stress it at the same time. So that's like we did with the Star Destroyer, because I put solid brass rods over it to give it the correct angle, and did it that way. But yeah, warm water will straighten out the part or do it, but it'll take any shape you do. That's the trouble with it, so just be a little bit careful with that one. Right. Nigel says, hi guys, just in the pub having a beer, with you soon, to carry on with my Opel truck. Well, that's nice. Where's mine? Everyone's having a beer, I want one. Ron says, hi, enjoying the turkey shoot here from Norway. Had 20 centimetres of snow. See, I'm a big kid, I love snow. I just want a log cabin in the woods with like 10 foot of snow around me. I'd be quite happy as long as I'm inside under a new rug and a roaring fire. That would suit me off to the T. I'd be fine in there. Oh, and a modelling room would be handy. I'm currently staying inside watching you guys as I build the Revel 172nd Halifax. Didn't enter it, but will definitely not be finished in 4 days. No, mine took a bit longer. A question, I'm also building the 172nd Hobby Boss Raphael in Tiger Meat 2006 livery. The overall colour for the Raphael is dark ghost grey. As these machines are kept in pristine condition, I wonder if I should use a wash. And what colour wash would it be? I don't want it to be too dark, as I find that no wash will leave it a bit like a toy. True. Again, even if it's kept pristine, see a wash not as like dirt, but like shadowing, and it's just making the panel lines stand out a little bit more to give them a sort of shadow effect. I would, to be honest, dark dirt. I tend to use dark dirt pretty much everywhere. If you want to keep it a little bit cleaner, then obviously just lighten it a little bit. So just there you go in, or you could use the grime wash, or even if you wanted to go, I don't know, it might not work, but you could go the other way and use the grey, put lighter wash into it so it stands out a little bit. But I'd be more inclined to just try dark dirt. Remember, if it doesn't work, just go over it. Just go right over the top of the thing again, and put a slightly lighter coat over it, or whichever coat you want to do. But yeah, you'd need something, otherwise they do look like a bit like a, you know, toy type thing. William. The Optivisor has ruined my modelling enjoyment. Now I see how bad I actually am. That's the trouble. That's why I don't. That's why me and Steve don't, you see. We don't want to know what it actually looks like. Okay. Some guy called Sid Knight. Don't know him. Hi all. Just got in from work now, but I'm not able to hang around as I was helping my daughter-in-law move into her first home. Funny enough, Sid probably has had her packed for weeks now and pushing her out the door. He's been waiting for this moment, bless him, for absolute years. Okay, Krista, hi guys. Love the way, love this way to build along, but I don't only have the build, the tuple, to fight with. I'm also learning how to post pictures 5 minutes into the show. I'm learning, sorry, my learning curve is slow. Please please don't copy other sites on your show, so we one day see you in your underwear singing around a lot. Oh Bobby, to be honest, somebody sent me a link on that. So that I'm never going to get that out of my head now. Bobby Wardren at Genesis Models did a vlog, and it involved him singing, and then he's running in his knickers on his treadmill. It's like that's stuck with me now forever. It's like going to need therapy.
What's that got to do with modelling? You know,
it's a different kind of modelling.
Well, yeah, he's obviously a model. Bless him.
What are you doing, Bobby?
It could have been worse. It could have been the other lot. That didn't even thinking about that one.
Next show we've got to sit here in his boxers.
Yeah, definitely not.
singing
It's bad enough when we've had.
Spice.
Yeah, it's bad enough we have had Adam in here. It's getting very similar results. It's like, Jesus God.
Stop it.
Yeah. Okay, let me just pop this guy in. Okay, little wheel. Right, I'm wondering, I'll probably wait. Gloss coat this at some point. Should we have an unmask? See what we've got. Oh God, he's singing now. I'm every woman. I can't even mute him. That's the one thing we can't do on this.
I can mute myself.
Yeah, you can mute yourself, but I can't mute you.
There we go. Got that fun.
That's it.
Got that rubber seal on there finally.
Right, I'll do the later.
Looking good. Because it's funny with those ones, isn't it? Because the entire turret traverses, not the barrel, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the whole thing rotates back and forth like that. Kind of
Yeah.
odd things about this tank design.
Oh,
Getting there.
right.
Now,
This is the undercarriage. I'm now on the fuel tank and bomb.
A3.
Very good. That's great.
One.
Right, let's have a look, see what everyone else is
I
doing.
bet you've got, Phil, members all over the world now going,
Probably.
They've probably nicked a little tune. Because my wife will be going, what are you humming that silly tune for? You know. You should have put
Hey, look.
copyright on it and
Yeah.
we got royalties.
Could be our new,
Be
could be our new theme.
Be traveling at an airport.
So,
Dun, dun, dun.
in fact, you could get your theme tune set up as a ringtone. And,
So Andrew's
sell it
working.
79 pence each.
That's it. Andrew's working on his gun emplacement from like 1970s or whatever it was when they did it. Great job on that one, coming along very nicely. Still see it's a cracking kit, even after all of these years.
Yeah, let's see how things are going there.
Yeah, see Brian's saying he had his back in the 70s, along with a friend of mine, wargaming the D-Day. See, it's got to be old.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You know, obviously, it's more
I'm surprised they can say it on the sprue.
Well, I don't think Airfix ever did they on this? Have a date on it, date stamped? Good job, really. They've been Airfix reboxing crap since 1960. They're almost as bad as Hasegawa, but at least Airfix are trying to improve it these days.
Yeah. It's a shame Hasegawa kind of don't. Because their kits are really nice, but they're so expensive now.
That's it, that's the trouble.
You just don't. I just won't buy them anymore.
The thing is, I remember when like Hasegawa, like the F-18s, when I was doing all of that, used to actually buy them for £27. That's what they were. Now, they're like 60 quid. And like the F-14s were always used to be £29.99, to be 30 quid. Now, some of the repop ones are 75 quid. So it makes the Tamiya one look cheap. But you still get slats and flaps and all the bits and pieces with them. Just saying. Okay, George Thorpe says, shifted on quickly. Phil, whoever put the post up showing the plastic putty trick with shallowing, trawling up the deep Airfix panel lines of the Hurricane. I will try that on my Airfix P40 Tomahawk. Is that the new one? It's got really bad ones as well, is it?
as the panel lines are as deep for my taste. That is it. It's a nice little trick. The great thing is, because it's water based, you can just wipe it over it and then clean it off afterwards. It's not like having to run around with a normal putty and then sand it back. It sort of self levels as well, so you can literally make it into a paste, smear it all over it, rub it around, take it off. They will shrink back a little bit, but that gives you your panel lines in. So yeah, it's a nice little trick, that one.
Oops, sounds like my tea's been put in oven.
Well, can you smell it?
No, I've just heard a pop it piercing film on top of whatever it is that's going in.
Another gourmet meal, chicken ding.
I don't know.
Okay. Right, so we're still working on the train. This is Colin doing a great job on this one. Yesterday he really stormed through. That's where he was yesterday. But look, he's actually got the decals on it now. Looking good. So he's got the track work done.
Yeah.
Decals on. Fantastic. And then he's put the white camo on, ready for the fade and removal. So he's doing really well on that one. That's good. Coming along absolutely fantastic. So well done on that one, Colin. Doing a great job. Right, I'm going to do every other one now. Tiger, let's see if Simon's done any more updates. So there we go. Posting up an hour ago. He's got all the side skirts on it. All in the photo etch. It is, isn't it?
Yes.
I always think it's a real shame when you paint it, because nobody will know it's all photo etch on there.
Right.
Unless you,
Tell
you
though,
really do.
if they damage it, puts kind of dints in it and creases it, they look amazing. Good. That's
But no, that is
side
all looking
skirts.
absolutely stunning, all of that.
G29.
Okay.
29.
The scimitar we were talking about yesterday with Seth. He's working on this one. Some nice little details on there. Got all the stowage items going on board. The exhaust manifold put in with the guard grill all around it and everything. Very nice indeed. Well done there, Seth. Looking fantastic. And sorry, I should be doing these full screen. I'm slacking. I do apologise. And where were we? Scimitar, Black Panzer, Walker Bulldog. Steve working on this one yesterday. So there we go. He's into all the little bits now. So you got the 50 there, and all the smaller little parts going on for the stowage items. Tiny little aerials. Very nice indeed. Bit of filler work on the seam. Coming together really nice. Look at that. Pushing through on that one. Very nice. No pressure, but everyone's getting on quicker than us.
Yeah.
Okay. Walker Bulldog. Okay. Carpet Monster struck. Oh no. Scratch built C34. Where's C34? C34. Where's C34? Can't see C34.
I must admit, I lost a part.
Oh, right.
Just the Phil, but it's the arrestor hook.
Right.
You can have it open or closed. I've got to put
Nothing important then.
Well, the closed
right.
bit's only tiny and I dropped it. But
Oh,
so
right.
I can use the open one, which is the full length one.
Yeah, just cut the end off.
Yeah. So problems. You know, it's a lucky. You got to drop something where you've got another bit you can use.
Yeah, you got to back up, definitely. Yeah, well, that's not too bad to scratch build that bit. You could get away with that one. That's all right. I thought it was going to be something really, really technical. That'd be a bit of a nightmare. Or does it need it even at all? Okay, so where were we? Cromwell. The 76, isn't it? Airfix did 76. Yeah, 76. Cromwell. Very nice indeed. Be nice to see that one coming along. Cromwell Dunk. The crew. Any more on that? No, still the same on that one. Sorry. Unless I've missed the page. No. No update on the crew. So 72nd crew. 48th Spitfire. Coming. Getting there. Coming together. Cockpit installed. We've got the reconnaissance camera bay fitted in there. Very nice.
Needs to dry.
Yeah, don't worry about the time bit. We believe you. No, it's coming along really nice on that one there, Patrick. And where were we? So we were Spitfire. So 72nd Mustang. Oh look, we're into paint.
very nice indeed. So Toby's cracking on with that one, with the old Tamiya XF 83, 82 mix, white tack wormies, and on there, look at that, really pushing nicely on that one. That's it, 83 on the other side, looking very nice indeed. Nice little kit, that one. Haven't built it, but I've seen lots of them done. It does look nice. Where are we? Panda. Is that gone through twice? Are we getting 2 lots of that? Is that what's happening? Oh, that's what it is. Oh, I get it now. Hold on, we're showing it through twice. Right, okay. We got that update yesterday. 1 hour ago. There we go. So the Panda one's really coming together very nicely. So it's all together, all masked up. All the separate items done for it. Nice clean build, that one. So well done on that one, Alan. Coming together really nicely. Beat that one into submission. Neil's spit.
Yeah.
Yep, still in there. That's where we were last time, isn't it? So we're up to date now. So yeah, well done, guys. Coming on very, very nicely. Some good job in there. Very good indeed. Let me just refresh and I'll pick the one off the top. So that's the 2 ducks. Nicely done, Daz. Coming together very nice indeed. So yeah, popping in with them. Bit more damp, get the paint on later. Well done, mate. Looking absolutely fantastic. Okay. Right, in here, and then refresh that. Okay. Alan says, hi fellas. Enjoying the turkey shoot. Wish I had more time to join in. Phil, my better half, is buying me the Infinity CR Plus airbrush for Christmas. Lucky man. Although she doesn't know it yet. Oh, perhaps not so. What is the best size nozzle setup for modelling? I've been using the Iwata CR with the 0.4 needle set. Last year seems okay, but I'd like to get better results. What are your thoughts? To be honest, my... if I put the camera on us a lot again. 3... my thoughts are I like the 0.2. I've been using the 0.2 needle set for the last couple of years now. I used to use the 0.15. 0.415, especially with acrylics, tends to be a bit sort of stoppy-starty and everything else like that. You can go in with a 0.4 as well, but the 0.2 I think gives you the best of both worlds for pretty much anything. You think I've done the Star Destroyer in it, which is probably the biggest thing I've done, and I've done obviously little tiny things as well, like this, and it doesn't matter. It's a fine airbrush size for it. Obviously you can go 0.4, it might be you're a little bit more used to that, so you can go straight in with a 0.4, but you know, the 0.2 I think is the sweet spot, definitely for me anyway. And I don't know, what do you guys use?
I use the 0.2.
0.2?
0.2 overall is a good in the middle solution, right? I shoot a lot of 0.15 though, but I tend to spray much lower air pressure and much thinner paint than most of you guys do. Especially with Mr. Paint, it really works really well. But you know, 0.2 is a good solution.
Yeah, definitely. So there you go. We're going for really 0.2 here. But the thing is, if you're used to a 0.4, chances are you'd slip straight into it and use a 0.4 and away you go. And to be honest, this one here, my standard Evo, this one's got a 0.4 in it, and sometimes I use this. There's not that much between it. It's not like night and day. And don't forget, a lot of people think that obviously the smaller the needle, the more detail you can do. Doesn't technically work like that. It does to a certain extent, but from the point of view of spraying acrylics especially, doesn't make much difference. It's the only time when you're going to be spraying things like inks, and like Hans does, very thin paint, very low air pressure, then you can go to a smaller needle size and you can go around and doing it. But technically, I think I think the standard sort of Iwata pressure needle set is that sort of usual thing around about 15 psi with a 0.35. That's their sort of sweet spot with their airbrushes. But personally, if you're going to go in with a 0.2, you can then just up your air pressure, lower your air pressure, and you've got all the movements in between. But that's what I do. I've just got 0.2s set for everything apart from in that one. To be honest, the only reason that's got a 0.4 in it is because I've got a 0.4 set, and I just thought I might as well put it in something, so it ended up in there. So yes, all good. Right. Okay, that's all done. Right, what I'm going to do is, just for the last bit, is I'm going to give mine a coat of lacquer. Well, not lacquer, I'm going to give it a coat of clear, I think, just before we split. So what I'm going to do, actually I think I'll use the other airbrush and then I'll clean that one out afterwards. So if we go over here, because this can be nicely drying. So let's give this a quick clean out, flush this guy through. Get rid of the metallic out of here. All the shiny stuff out. Right, okay, if I can get the lid off, we'll pledge floor care this. Oh. The only trouble with this nozzle is that it spits it absolutely everywhere.
Yeah.
It's not, don't squeeze it, otherwise it goes in about 8 billion directions. Okay, extractor on. So this is just neat spraying this guy on, same as you do anything else. Just to dry it a little bit, so it doesn't get any big runs in it. Okay, then we go back in again and give it a second coat. But this one is a lot closer. Turn the air pressure back a little bit. And we're giving it the wet look. So you put it on so it's wet looking. Okay. Remember, we're not looking for glass on this, we're just looking to give it more of a satin look, because obviously it's covered in primer, technically, and we've used the white instead of going down the gloss route and all the bits and pieces. And here we go. So it's coming along, and the nose white up front.
Just made me little bomb things out of photo etch, which is always a joy to do.
Yes, definitely.
Several folds to do it.
Right, no more in there, that's good. Wheelie bits, all done.
They can go on after. Soaking that, I just need sanding.
Ooh. Right, okay, drink. We got 5 minutes. That's good. Then from my point of view, what we're going to do with this guy is we'll let it dry back, and then we will then decal it, and then from the decals, hopefully what will happen is we'll be able to then give it another gloss coat over the top, which will then give it a glossy finish, and that one will do it a lot nicer and everything else. So that's dry. So there we go, that's looking very much the part. Once we get those nice decals on there and everything else, will be absolutely fantastic. We'll be able to get the gear on, and we'll probably gloss it all in one. It might be a bit too soon to do that. So from our point of view, we've still got to do the green work inside those, but we'll do those by hand. And then we got the gear, all the bits and pieces, so as the decals are drying tonight, then I'll be able to get the gear built, assembled and everything else. And then in the morning, we'll be able to overcoat it completely, and then probably I'll crack on with something else tomorrow, as this thing is all drying off and everything else, and then we'll be able to get a wash onto it on Sunday, weather it off, and it'll be done Sunday. So yeah, coming together very, very nicely. How are you two doing?
Yeah, not bad. Hopefully I should be able to put the primer on tomorrow morning, and so then in afternoon I can start painting it. That's my plan anyway.
Yeah.
And then while each paint's drying, I can just tackle the undercarriage.
Cool beans. Yeah, that's the thing is, you know, trying to work it in an order as well as things start to dry. For obviously when you get the paints in and all things like that, you're sort of waiting around for it to dry, isn't it? So having a little something around where you can have a couple of things on the go.
Well, that's why I'm just skipping the undercarriage. Yes, I could assemble it all and put it on as it's that off-white, in it, or white. As I'm painting it off-white kind of thing, I'll just do the undercarriage separate and stick it on afterwards.
Right, hold on, 2-way, we want 3-way, don't we? I've lost my thing. Hold on, there we go, that's more like it. That's better, can see you a bit bigger now. Righty, so
there we go.
Yeah, looking very good there, Hans. Coming together a treat, isn't it?
It took
fantastic.
A while. Takes more time than I thought it would, but it's getting there.
It's quite a complicated piece, really, because of the mechanism on it and everything else.
It doesn't really. They do give you two where you can actually move it around, but
yeah, I wouldn't worry about that.
Even worry about it. Trying that skirt, that glue exactly. You know, it's bolted on to it really. You want to glue all that. So yeah, it's getting there. It's a little too big almost. It looks like, but
that's how it was.
Yeah, but it looks pretty good. Let's see what
it's an unusual design for the guys who don't know. The difference between that tank and others is that the entire turret pivots for the sort of, you know, the up and down, the elevation. Instead of it just the gun barrel and the mantle going up and down, the entire turret leans backwards. That's why the box art, I've got one somewhere, haven't I? I think I've got one here somewhere. shows it where it's sort of leaning back and everything else. So it's quite a complicated little setup on those. It's not as straightforward as sort of normal tanks. You know, it's a little thing that, is it the French make that one?
Yeah, it's a French design.
There we trust them.
Yeah.
Cool. No, it looks lovely. Really coming together.
Yeah.
You've only got like, what is it, 90 odd tracks per side?
Yeah. Stop it.
That'd be alright, you'd be fine with those.
just concentrating on this. But yeah,
that's it. Definitely. Right, everybody is good down in there. Right, let's have a quick look at these ones. Looking really nice. So Colin's just working on there. As you can see, he's now taking the actual winter camo off to expose everything through. Looking really nice. Coming together, the treat looking fantastic. Well done, Colin, on that one. And we've also got any more on the Mustang? Yeah, I don't know why it's flashing up like that, but there we go. So yeah, Mustang coming on with treat. I think Neil's done a bit more of an update on his one. So there we go, we got the pre-shading going in, both sides. Looking good, no problems with that at all. That'll come out lovely. And we'll do one more, let's do the gun emplacement. Only because I'm intrigued. Right, off for dinner, join you later. No problem, Andrew, we'll see you in a mo. What that black thing is keeps popping up. Let me get rid of that, that might help. Oh yep, so he's doing the gun emplacement down in there. Really nice. And all the parts. Oh, it's all the photos loading in. Very good. It's only the photos all loading in. Hold on. It's taking a while to do this, unload all the photos. That's the trouble. I don't know what server it's coming in from, but they're taking forever. That's why it's a little bit photo heavy on that one. So yeah, looking good. Going to be good, that one. Nice little bit of upgrades in there if we're doing that. So yeah, looking forward to it. Should be very, very good. Okie dokie. Right, well, there we go, guys. Do we want to call it quits for now?
All right.
Okay.
Are you with us tonight, Steve, or are you like at a lap dancing club or something?
Yeah, lap dancing tonight.
Oh, are you? Right.
Yeah.
Well, he's got to earn his money somehow.
Yeah, it's best night for me. Honest,
yeah, Friday night, the tips are brilliant. So
I'm in demand on a Friday.
That's it, absolutely. He'd be worn out tomorrow, bless him.
Don't know which outfit to wear though.
Oh, I'm definitely going to go with the pink sparkly one. That's definitely you. So, right, okay, well, thank you very much for joining us, guys, this afternoon. I think we've succeeded in really pushing on with these. Everyone's coming in. Hans is definitely taking shape, and Steve is now looking like a plane. So he's really pushing through with that one. We'll be back on with you in a couple of hours, just after 7 o'clock. So we'll be back up with you for a couple of hours then, and then obviously tomorrow we'll be back with you from 1 till 5, and then from 7 till 9ish or 10ish, whenever we finish, and all the bits and pieces like that. So till tomorrow, well, later on, 2 hours, what am I on about? Force of habit. So till a little bit later on, guys, happy modelling, take care, keep going at it. You're all doing fantastically well. The guys are doing fantastically well. And by the time we see Steve, we'll have it done by tomorrow afternoon, look. So that'll be fine.
No, it should be primed. I'm hoping.
No, you'll be alright. Doing great. Going great, mate. Right, okay then, guys. Say goodbye to everyone.
See you.
See you soon, guys. Bye.
See you. Bye-bye.